gosh, are you already here? How are you, Cheyenne? How are you, love? How was your day? Hopefully work didn't change your mood. Hopefully it's still as good as it was earlier. Drop my charger. Gotta plug in the computer. Hi. Hi, love. How are you? I don't know if I do. I don't know if I do, friend. Hi, loudspeaker. Aw, you're so cute. You're so sweet. Aw, I'm no queen. I am no queen. I'm super tired. I'm really, really tired, but I really want to be on the live because I haven't gotten on the live for like 3 days now. And I really feel like I want to be here, but I'm just so fucking tired. So bear with me today. Okay, there we go. There we go, there we go. All right, I have the chat on me now so I can see it in case if I miss it. I have it on the computer now, which is like zoomed in. I can see, hi Cheyenne, hi love. Need to smoke some green. Need to smoke to green, yeah. I watch a lot of your drawing paintings, thank you, welcome friend. Hi Shaim. What it takes to individuals who can handle their own loneliness and be sane, cool. Cool. We have an answer already to our question. That's cool. Thank you for the art skill comment. Thank you, friend. Sobe. Thank you, you guys. 8 likes in 2 minutes. So much love to you. Oh my gosh, you motivate me to show up. Hi Crystal. Hi friend. You're beautiful too. Thank you so much. Thank you. How is everybody doing? Hi Aztec. Hi love. Did I miss anybody? I don't think I did, hopefully. Oh, hello, Bassima! Hi. So much love to you guys. Please mention your IG. The link is in my bio, yeah. I don't really work on Instagram as much as I do on here. I show up on YouTube a lot more. Or I've been showing up on YouTube a lot more. Let me lift you up a little bit. You don't need to see my belly. How are you guys? How are you? You're still seeing my belly. Let me see. All right, I'm super fucking bloated here. I don't know if you can see, but I'm on my period. My belly feels super bloated. Feels really. There we go. You don't have to see it. Yeah. Hi, you guys. Hi. Welcome. Takes conscious effort on all ends. Selflessness. Okay. Trust, connection, vulnerability. Beautiful. No, it's not cold here today. It's not as cold today. It's kind of cloudy, but it's not very cold. That's beautiful, Cheyenne. That's beautiful. Do you feel like selflessness is possible in relationships? Let me go for sleep. Oh, no worries. Of course, yeah. Juma Chul Mubarak. Okay. Cool. Go to sleep, friend. Thank you for being on here. I don't follow Jesus. Beautiful, thank you. You're beautiful too. Love you, friend. I appreciate your lovely comments. So we're gonna talk about relationships today. Something that a lot of us struggle with. What happened? No, I might have. Oh, I'm sorry. That was an accident. There we go. Okay, that was an accident. Sorry, Zuhair. You wouldn't be single if you knew. Oh, maybe we can help. You and you can attract a partner into your life. That would be lovely watching you. It's like watching sunrise. Oh, so sweet. Thank you, loudspeaker. You're so sweet. You're always on the live. I always appreciate you being on here too. That's very sweet. That's one of the things that it takes to maintain a relationship, to show up constantly, to show up when you want to, when you don't want to, when you have the energy, when you don't have the energy, when you're happy, when you're sad, not with the same amount of energy. Welcome, Avitan. Welcome, friend. Welcome. If you're new, please read my bio. You can find out a little bit more about the channel. Oh, I love you too. Oh, thank you. You're sweet. You're sweet. You're sweet. You are my sunshine. No, I'm not vegan. Yeah. Welcome from Brazil. Welcome, you guys. Hello. Hello. Welcome, you guys. Thank you for being on here with us. I think one of the cats came back. Somebody's in here. Let me just see. Attracting a partner and having a stable relationship are two completely different things, right? Yes, attracting a partner is definitely like it's a lot easier than maintaining a relationship. Yes, especially a stable relationship. Oh, you guys. Sorry. I had an alarm because I wanted to start on the exact time, but I started earlier. Don't judge a book by its cover, I guess. Thank you, friend. Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm sometimes I'm sweet, sometimes I'm not. Yeah. So yes, like you said, maintaining a relationship is definitely harder than just attracting a partner into your life. It's a lot easier to attract a partner. It's a lot easier to start a relationship than to actually maintain a relationship. It takes constant effort to maintain a relationship. A lot of patience, mercy, and kindness. Cool. Do I believe in Jesus? No, I don't. I mean, I believe he's existed at some point, but I'm not a follower. Thank you for reading the bio, though. I appreciate that. Yeah, hi, you guys. Stockings? Okay. I don't want you to be my friend. You're not worthy of being my friend. Get out of here. Let me get you out of here. I don't know why you're on the channel to begin with. Goodbye. Goodbye. See you later. You will never be my friend. Get a six pack, all you need. No, I disagree. I totally disagree. I don't think physical attributes they can be helpful, but they're not the thing that actually helps you maintain a relationship. You caring for your body is definitely something like that. Like caring for your body can look like caring for your relationship. It's a constant effort that you have to put into a relationship. Why is Jesus in every stream? I don't know. People are so like holding on to religion in any way they can, and sometimes they want to make sure that you have that in common with them. No, nobody's troubling me. How are you, you guys? Welcome. I believe in God. Yes, it's okay. No, it's not a negative comment. If you're just asking, you're good. My experience, it takes constant effort for men to maintain a relationship. Women have it a little bit easier in some ways. Yes, yeah, I do agree with you. Culturally, we have conditioned men to put a bit more effort than a woman does, but it requires effort on both sides. I guess, yeah, they just want to be, yeah, but I don't really care. Charm can get you into the door, but it may not actually sustain a relationship with you. I'm not Latino, no. No, I did not. I've grown up in a Muslim country, but yeah, sexuality is far more important than people think in a relationship. Totally. I totally agree with you. I actually just watched a comedian asking a husband asking an older person like what maintained your relationship, and he's like, "Can I say? Is there like any kids in here?" And he's like, "No, you're fine. You can say." And he's like, the bedroom." It was really funny. I do think that that's what it is. Not what it is, but that's like a big part of it too. I don't wear heels. If you believe, what matters if God believes in you? No, I don't think so. Said really well. People ask to have something in common with them. Yes, yeah, they want to have something in common for sure. It's kind of understandable to me, but I'm just like, sorry, we can't have that in common. Smile is like a six pack. Is that what you're saying? Kind of. No, I'm not married. I'm in a relationship. Once heard for a minute, it's like a desert for a woman. Sorry. It's like a desert, and for women, it's like a swamp. Oh no, sad. Depends on your culture. Oh my gosh, no way! What the fuck? We got our first donation for the toes. Are you kidding me? What the heck, dude? No way. No way! What the fuck? That's hilarious. Hilarious, Eddie. There you go. That's all you're gonna get. You're not gonna get my toes for $2. Not even for $50. Fuck that. That was so sweet. That was cute though. It's a super dog. I don't know what that means. What's the topic? We're discussing relationships today, Davidson. Thank you, you guys. You're beautiful too. You're beautiful. Exomi. Exomi. You say me love you long time. What? I don't know what you're saying.
That's from a movie.
Oh, okay.
Me love you long time.
Yeah. I don't know what's happening. The chat is moving a little quickly right now. Let me see. 2 for toes. It's funny. No, it's cute. It's cute. This is the first donation I've gotten on this channel, so that's cute. I'll take it. That's okay. If you wanna pay for the toes, it's just not gonna happen though. It's so funny. What would you tell me about the gypsy culture? It's a beautiful culture. I can't say that I lived in a city mostly. I was close to the village. It's very communal. It's very communal. That's the only thing that I can tell you. You don't exist as an individual as much you exist as like a whole community. Yeah, relationships. We're talking about relationships today, intimate relationships and relationships in general with other people around you. Hi, welcome, Patrick. Welcome, thank you. Do I believe it? What do I believe in? I'm a spiritual. It's I'm spiritual. Yeah, yeah. Hi, you guys. I actually didn't think that the super chats actually got activated. Let me give you a like there. That was actually cute. That was really cute. Toes. Let me see. I feel like I missed a comment in here, but I could be wrong. Yeah, because they moved a little quickly. Being the best you can for a minute is about okay. I think I got them all. Hi, Peter. You're Peter, and you're in here too. Yeah, you were talking about relationships a couple days ago, and that actually was interesting to me. I wanted to talk about it on the live a little bit more. I think I got all the comments at this point. If I missed your comment, please repeat it for me. Welcome, M15. You just arrived. You're already talking about FIFA. That was not my fault. That was not my fault. It was not my intention. Forget the toes. I want the whole foot. No, get away from my foot. Hilarious. So cute. Hi, you guys. Feet with ketchup. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, no. I'm gonna run with you. I'm leaving too. Remember me from the sorry? I'm the best brick in the wall. Okay, welcome. Welcome, Patrick. Welcome, you guys. All right. Awesome. You're so sweet too. Thank you. I'm mustard. A color mustard. Actually, I love mustard. Mustard is so good on a hot dog. So that video titled things my wife can say to me, but I can't say to her. Oh, you're not wearing that. Your red stinks. Brush your teeth. You're getting fat. Oh my god! Don't you dare tell that to your woman. Actually, I do believe that generally a lot of these things you cannot say it in the same tone that a woman can say it to you. No, I don't. Yeah, have you tried? I've tried psychedelics. Yeah, psychedelics are cool. What's up, baby?
What's this?
What is that? I have an iced coffee. I'm okay. I don't know what that is, but yeah. Huh? Oh, Guinness. Okay. It looked like cum on the top. I was like, what the fuck? I'm not religious. No. Hi, you guys. Hello, you guys. I'm reading from the computer because like the phone sometimes is a little hard. I'm not gonna flash you. Get out of here. Have I ever heard? Have you had specialty mustard? Are you? What is that? What is that implying? I don't know what that implies. Really, mustard? What the fuck? That makes no sense.
Unless it's like Dijon or spicy Dijon.
Yeah, that makes no sense. That wouldn't be. What are you talking about, Peter? I have a question about how to get into a relationship with a girl. Okay. because most of the time I have problems in my mind. It gets into okay, cool. Stick around. This is what we're going to be talking about. Not just how to get into a relationship, but how to actually sustain a relationship. This is what I wanted to actually talk to you mostly about. Hi, you guys. Why do you want to know about relationships exactly? There's not a whole lot of things to argue about. It's not an argument, right? I want to actually get to be honest. It was actually Peter in the Discord. He was discussing this and what it takes to actually make a relationship work, and that made me want to discuss the topic a little bit with you guys. And to be honest, I'm actually dealing with a little bit of a situation of my own, and I would like to just discuss it with you at some point. Have you ever heard clear ketchup? Those ring can be rolling. I don't know what that means. I'm not American. I'm Arab. You guys make some Peter? What? Dijon spicy? Okay. I've tried honey mustard Dijon and a little bit of a spicy one, but I was wondering if you actually meant something a little specific. I know Guinness. Yeah, I love Guinness. He bought it for me, but he's having it. He's having it more than me. Hi, Habibti. Hi, you guys. Let's see. Some of your comments are getting hidden, you guys. What the gypsy were given a gift of theft without sin because the gypsy child chose the fifth. Okay, interesting. I don't know. I can't tell you that I know enough about gypsies, but yeah. This is not a place to preach. Okay, go to church. The relationship dynamic changes every 7 years. Interesting. Okay. Why 7? Why do you think it does on 7? Hi, Airheads. Aw, I'm your favorite crush. Cute. Thank you. You should have a better crush than me in real life. It's hard to stay a prolonged relationship for a long time. Yes, it is. It is. Long-term relationships are hard. The beginning of relationships are almost always easy because it's like the newness of it and all that. It's easy to maintain. كيفك حبيبتي كيفك انت ملا انت. Go to church. I was asking if you make specialty mustard at your job. Oh, to the guy. You're right. Yeah, I mean, no, they make beverages. I wouldn't think sauces are part of their job. The best relationship I've ever been. No drama, no demons, no expectations. Did I mention I'm single? Aww. Oh no. I mean, you have your own demons too. You have your own drama, believe me. I don't know what you're talking about, Julio. No, sir, we don't. Sweetie, hi, you guys. Hi, Mumtaz. Would I rather gain muscles or gain eagers? The fuck? What is that? Are you trolling me? Now what do you want to know? It's fashion way. Eat the shit out of that. What? Oh my gosh. I mean, unless you're doing it in a good way, like, slap in the butt. Many questions arising on the topic of relationship sustainability. Yeah. Bye. You're boring. Bye. No, I'm okay. Thank you. Tell me I said not to shit in the bed with you. You seem like a peach. Also, Guinness is awesome. Aw, that's cute. No. I mean, I shit the bed a lot more than he does. Just kidding. For hailing you for the Guinness. Maybe I'm gonna have a Guinness later. Actually, I'm having a coffee right now. Hi, you guys. Hi, welcome. Boring. Boring people are bored.
Only boring people get bored.
Yeah. Oh yeah, thank you for the Arab comment. Love you guys. Love you back. Take your nap. Yeah. Okay. It changes every 7 years because the development rate of people. Every 7 years, people's emotions change. Cool. That's very cool. Ooh, we're close to it. I've been in a relationship with this guy for 6 years, so we're close to the what is it called, the Saturn return? Not exactly, but yeah. When are you going to start discussing? In a few minutes. So it's been like 20 minutes on the live, so maybe at the half an hour I will start actually talking to you. I just want to like welcome people in here. Welcome. This person is bored and he's saying over and over that they're bored. You're currently single? Okay, yeah, cool. Maybe we can change this together. You'll be here until 1:30. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I don't know if I'm gonna try to catch you, okay? But yeah, I don't care about the nose rings right now, you guys. You can talk about whatever you want to talk about, okay? Sharing finances, moving together, buying a house, having kids, it changes the dynamic of relationship, but you need a good foundation. Totally, communication. Yeah. بحبك يا عيوني. Oh, beautiful. بحبك يا عيوني. بحبك يا عمري. Tell the dude I said hi. Oh, of course I will. We'll do. Like it sounds like has a blue color shop. I don't know what that means. Oh, you guys, take care, stay blessed. Thank you. Take care and stay blessed too. What's it like to be a boring person? Can someone tell me, please? I don't know. I'm a boring person. I'm boring to a lot of people. I lead a very slow life, and that's my style. If you get to year 8, then you're good. Oh yay, nice. Until 14, cool, nice. Hopefully, let's hope for the 7th year to be good. Oh no, I don't want to get married. I don't want to get married. It's he would have probably, but I don't want to get married. I have hair on my armpits. If you don't like it, just go. Don't be here. Don't be here though. Don't be here. This guy, it's not the way to dress the Guinness Lord women. What? To address the Guinness Lord? To him, you mean? You're funny. I'm Arab. I live in Canada. What's a purple ground? It means that you've been chatting one of the most people that are chatting. I am in a relationship. Yeah. You hungry? No, not right now. Thank you though. Means you're lonely. Oh no. He chatted. He's chatting. He doesn't mean he's lonely. Oh yay! I got to the end of the chat. Cool. Okay. The foundation is the same. Soul, aim. Okay, cool. It's slightly certain parts of my body. The more you shave, the hairier you get. You guys got to stuff this lady, the princess? No. Oh, stop. Oh, that's okay. Some people will just say things however way they want to say. It's okay. I don't really care. But yeah. Okay, cool. Maybe I'll start talking to you a little bit earlier. What does it take to actually maintain a relationship? I am Arab. Yeah, I live in Canada. What does it take for you to maintain a relationship, whether it's a romantic relationship or like a non-romantic, like a platonic relationship? What does it take for you to maintain a relationship with your friends or with your family? Or oh my god, you're talking again. Wait. Oh, I'm sorry. Don't sting my friend. Don't sting him. He's not lonely. He's just he's enjoying the time with us. Yeah, oh, there you go. You're number 2 now. You're less lonely. There's someone who's lonelier than you are. Waxing is the best. Yeah, if you want to, but it's very painful. I fucking hate waxing. I used to do that a lot. I actually worked in a beauty clinic and I fucking hated that. I miss Guinness too. Yeah. Coffee, beer, yeah. We haven't drank in a very long time. We bought some beer yesterday and I actually had like this much of it and I was drowsy. I was like getting there. So if I have a full beer on the live today, you will see me drunk. So you are, yeah. Your nose sounds hairy to me, but yeah. Be number 1 is lonely. Oh no. I want to be number 1. You don't have to. Thank you, Harper. Thank you though. I love hair, yeah. I mean, I do appreciate the normal human body. You did not miss it. You'll see me moving my armpit often. Honesty first, loyalty second. Cool. I love that. I love honesty. I think honesty is one of the main component in a relationship that can actually sustain a relationship. I do not want to be your girlfriend though, but I hope you find someone in your life that is as that loves you as much as you want them to. Who is number 1 though? Oh, Airheads! Hi, number 1. You're so cute. Trump is not my president. Trump is your president of an idiot like you. Goodbye. I'm gonna block you right away. I don't even want to talk politics today. Can someone put me out of my misery? Why are you miserable? Social vibes on the roof. Patience, kindness, willingness to sacrifice, cooperation, communication, appreciation, most of all. Cool. Very beautiful. Patience, kindness, willing to sacrifice, communication, and appreciation. 5 things. Cool. I like that for you, airheads. Do you have nose hair? Here, check it out. The last live I actually was doing it. I was doing meditation and I was closing my nose and blowing out of one nose. And I noticed later that I actually had a thing stepping coming out of it. I was like, no, oh my gosh. It was funny. I wasn't paying attention to the chat too. I'm pretty sure too. Some people said too. You took the crown. Yay, my number one. Hi you guys. Welcome, welcome. It'll be the first time. My status is single, but looking for long-term relationship discussion. Cool, cool. Cool. Okay, so let me start talking to you a little bit. I'm going to start talking to you at this point. I will be paying attention less to the comments. If you have something important that you want to say to me, save it for a little bit, okay? Oh, it's okay. It's okay to be lonely. I'm lonely sometimes too. You can be lonely with people. It's not talk about something controversial. It's not political. You can if you want to, but I'm just going to get to the topic of this chat right now, okay? So this is something that I'm dealing with recently. I see sometimes that people want relationships, okay, but they're not always willing to put the effort that it takes to maintain a relationship. I was one of those people too. I was one of those people where I complained of being lonely for a long time. I complained about being misunderstood or not having someone to actually love me for who I truly am. But a lot of times I didn't put enough effort into some of those relationships, or didn't put enough efforts into me, myself, enough to actually make a relationship sustainable. Okay? So from my perspective, what it takes to maintain a relationship is effort on both sides, and not just in a relationship. So it takes effort for your own, for you to make, like for a man to make a relationship work, he has to put work, she has to put work, and they each individually have to put work on their own selves, on their own life, on their own goals, on their own dreams, on their own development and health and shape, you know, just in general. Okay. Yeah, we'll make it the someday. Okay, cool. And you can be lonely even if you're a pretty person, okay? A lot of people assume that because, oh, you're a pretty lady, you've probably never been alone in your life. And to be honest, I haven't actually had a lot of time in my life where I was single. I did have more relationships in my life than I was single. Most of my life, I was in a relationship or leaving a relationship and almost like falling for another person. So I do believe at this point in my life that it is very crucial for you to be alone for a little while. It is really crucial for you to appreciate your own loneliness, your own time alone from having a relationship. It helps you develop in different ways that a relationship cannot help you develop, okay? So, stop talking. I feel like I'm missing out on the chat, but it's okay. I want to talk to you a little bit, right? So, what it took for me to maintain a relationship, and a good, healthy relationship, not that it is all the time. Some days it takes more work than other days, right? But in the beginning, usually relationships are easy to maintain because you like the person, you're very new in a relationship, they don't know all your flaws, you don't know all their flaws. Sometimes you haven't lived together for a long time, you don't know the flaws of what it actually takes to make like a full union with another person work. Different love languages. Do you want to be on the chat? You can be in the chat.
I'm about to go, yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Then stop talking to me because you're gonna be distracting me. Yeah. Did you go to your mom's? Did you go to your mom's?
Mhm.
Oh, okay. Cool. Okay, baby.
Might get lag.
See you. Yeah, no worries. Okay, so let me tell you about this relationship, and I will tell you about some of my past relationships. Or I'll tell you first about my past relationships. Most of the relationships that I've got into in the past were on somewhat toxic, okay? It's either it was me that was toxic or the other person, or sometimes both of us were toxic and we attracted a certain pattern and we stayed in that pattern. So my toxic trait in relationships in the beginning was, first of all, attracting people that were possessive, because I believed that love was possessive. In the beginning of me getting to know or being in relationships, I believed that for a guy to love you, he has to like own you and actually like show up and treat you a certain way and blah 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 blah. So I ended up attracting men in my life who were possessive of me. And I actually didn't fully enjoy that. When it happened, when I was in the relationship, it was very exhausting to try and kind of maintain that kind of relationship. It was exhausting to explain myself, or to, make sure nobody is texting me so the guy's not jealous, like make sure there are no messages on my phone and stuff like that. Like sometimes people would just reach out to me, or guys would reach out to me, random guys, right? Sometimes it was random guys on Facebook. Sometimes it was like family members that were guys, and the guys that I was in a relationship with were too possessive to allow me to have those kind of relationships. So a lot of times what would happen is that the relationship would slip very far into a toxic form of relationship, where he's very jealous, he's very possessive, and I'm lying to him to keep the peace in the relationship. It happened a lot of times where I was would hide my phone, and I would be like, oh my God, he's gonna see that my aunt, sorry, not my aunt, my cousin, or like, because in our culture you can marry your cousin. So it was even weird to like try to hide away my phone, and try to like be that person to sustain peace in a relationship. Okay, let me take a sip. Okay, so that was one of the patterns that I attracted into my life. Another pattern is I attracted liars. I was insecure about a lot of things. I couldn't have walking on eggshells. Yes. No, you cannot be my cousin. But yeah, one of the second toxic relationships that I've been in, I attracted someone who was a liar, because the relationship before that person, the guy that I was was very brutally honest with me. He was too honest in an abusive way. Okay, he was aggressive, he was sexually aggressive and verbally aggressive. And because of that, I wanted the next person to be nice to me. So the next person was too nice. Okay, he was too nice to the point that he actually lied to me about a lot of things. He wouldn't tell me that he's like hanging out with girls. He wouldn't tell me that he's doing other things. As far as I know, he never really fully cheated on me, as far as I know. But he would hide certain things. He would hide his phone. He would like try to make me jealous sometimes. Sometimes he would like when we would fight, he would try to make me jealous, right? So why I'm telling you about these patterns, why I'm telling you about oh, and about Pokemon. Thank you. That's so cute. Um, Sometimes social media overuse can kill relationships. Sometimes, yes, because you compare yourself to another relationship, right? So this is one of the reasons why I'm talking to you here, is because I want to give you a realistic look and an idea on what my relationships have looked like in my life, okay? A lot of times they looked good on the outside, but on the inside, there was fights, there was, aggression, sometimes there was possessiveness, jealousy, sometimes hatred, right? So the third relationship that I want to talk to you about, uh, I met someone who was what famous. He was a musician. He was trying to make it in his field. He was trying really hard to like. He was breaking the norms of his society. So I was really dazzled by that idea. I was dazzled by his social media. I was dazzled by the version of him that I saw in front of other people. I was like, oh my God, he's, fighting for women's rights, and fighting for, certain people's rights, and actually speaking his mind truthfully. He must be a really good person in real life, right? So, silly me. I think I was 20. I think I was 20 or 21 at that point, right? So I got into that relationship with that person, and I started noticing certain behaviors in him really early on. In the beginning of the relationship, I started noticing things from the beginning, because I had like a little bit of context from like 2 or 3 relationships that I've been in, more or less. I started kind of noticing that, oh, he's not as open as he considers himself to be. He's not as he's not really respectful of women as he put himself in his music out there to the world. He kept saying he was one of those people he was a feminist, like he fought for women. Women in my culture don't have as much rights as men, so I actually thought this was a really good thing, right? I looked at him from the outside, and the outside seemed very shine and bright, and of course, as for every human being, we all have our shadows, we all have our demons. And so did I, right? My demon was, oh, I think I can change him, right? I think I can make the relationship work. In the beginning of the relationship, I saw signs that the relationship was not going to work. I saw certain signs. For example, he drank a lot. He drank a lot. I was kind of starting to drink. I drank a little bit more than I should in the beginning of that relationship. And then the more I got to know him and the more we hung out, the more we drank together. So that was a very toxic thing to do together. Uh, for example, he was possessive. He was really possessive. He would check my phone very often, because he lived in a society where men were always pursuing women, and it was like the culture that we were in. For example, I didn't wear hijab. I wore certain clothings. Like, I was more open than other people, so people would come to me more often than he was used to. He dated like Muslims women. He was a Muslim too. He dated Muslim women, so most of the women that he actually dated didn't have that same freedom to like just go and do whatever they wanted, right? Sorry, you guys, I'm gonna be missing your chat. Okay, if you have something important to say, please save it for me until I'm like back to you. So, um, so this guy basically, I started seeing the red flags in the beginning of the relationship, and I continued on going because I had a toxic belief inside of my head that I could change him. I could change him. I could change him. I could definitely, that we will get better when we hang out more, when he knows me better, when I live with him, blah blah blah. He will start trusting me, right? It's not the case. It really isn't. I love this saying, when people show you who they are, believe them. Okay? This is something that I tend to neglect a lot of times. I put my eyes and I trust my uh, gullible, naive mind sometimes and heart, and I say, no, of course not. They're good. They're good people, right? Everybody is good. Everybody has a heart. Everybody, with love, you can fix any kind of relationship. Um, I don't believe that anymore. I don't believe that love can alone can solve a problem in a relationship. I don't believe that love alone can sustain a relationship. Love can be the this little spark that starts the relationship, and in the bigger sense of it, the divine kind of love sense of it, yes, love does make a lot of things possible, like patience, like care, like sacrifice. But all of these things are important on their own. They're qualities of the person who has to love you, and they have to be there before that relationship can actually work. They have to be willing to sacrifice their own being to meld into one being with you, because you're not two people at that point. You are in unity. You're your own individuals in your own life, but when you live together, you're unity. You think together, you buy things together, you clean, like, you know what I mean? You sustain a life together, not with your individual life as much. Like, you go to your job, they go to their job, but you come back to the same home, you sleep in the same bed, you buy food the same way. You're in a union at that point. You're not an individual as much anymore. So it takes for both of these people to have those qualities together at the same time, or to be willing to work on these qualities, right? Okay, so that relationship that I was telling you about, I saw certain red flags in the beginning, and I'll tell you this. One of those times before I moved in with him, he got really jealous and mad, and he slapped me. He slapped me on the face. It was really he was like twice my size, maybe more, maybe more. He slapped me on the face, and I hadn't even lived with him at that point, and I still fucking made the choice to move in with him. It was so dumb. It was so dumb. I was in the beginning of my, you know, relationship life, let's say. I was still kind of like raw in that sense, where I hadn't actually had enough experience to know what can be changed and what cannot be changed. So I allowed it to happen, and I was like, it's okay, I can change him, I can heal him, we can make this work. Fuck that. Fuck that, honestly. So I moved in with this guy and I lived with him for about 2 years. And those 2 years were full of abuse, mental abuse, physical abuse. He almost killed me one of those times. He broke my rib one time. He elbowed me with the in the heart. Like it was like so, and it was so painful that I literally couldn't um I couldn't breathe or laugh or cry for more than a month. I couldn't even go to the hospital because I didn't want anyone to know about it. I was just holding this area like for a whole month. Anyways, guess what? This guy, the whole fucking time he was cheating on me. The whole time I was in a relationship with him, the whole 2 years, he was cheating on me actively, physically, emotionally. He was talking with women. He would delete messages. And I knew that women would go to him because he was semi-what famous. He was like a rapper. Um, Not really, but like he was a musician. He was kind of semi-what famous in his area. And I kept thinking, oh, I can fix it. I can fix it. I can fix it. We can make it work. He loves me. I love him. Love should be enough. Blah, 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 all those kind of things. And so I kept trying. I kept trying. And that was really dumb because, like I said, this guy had showed me who he was from the beginning of the relationship. He had showed me his behavior from the beginning, and he would get a lot angry and more aggressive the more he drank. And he drank on a regular daily basis. So at some point, uh, at some point, my mom separated from my dad and she came to live with us. And that was the thing that actually saved my life. Literally. I would have been in that relationship and I would have married him and I would have been fucked for the rest of my life. So at that point, I had already applied to come to Canada and I got the approval and I almost didn't want to go because I was so attached with him. I was stuck in a trauma pattern. My brain preferred the familiar relationship with this guy rather than knowing or trying to take a chance on another relationship or going to a whole another country. Okay. I don't know. I had a point in the beginning of this, but my point was to tell you a little bit of my toxicity and the other person's toxicity, right? I was thinking that it takes love for that relationship to maintain, and he was thinking it takes obedience for me for that relationship to work. He wanted me to obey him all the time and to tell him everything and give him my phone password when he wasn't willing to do all of those things for me. And I was thinking the whole time, oh, taking care of him, would do it, cleaning for him, cooking for him. There was a point where I actually worked 2 jobs to support me and him. He wasn't working at all. He was like working on his music and trying to make money on his music. And there was a point where I worked from 10 in the morning until 10 in the night, 2 jobs to pay rent, to pay the internet, to pay for food and like other bills. I did that for like 3 months, which, anyways. The point was my mom moved in with us at that point, and because she moved in with us, he couldn't hit me the same way. He couldn't treat me the same way. She could hear him, kind of like speaking with me in a tone. He was sitting home the whole day, and he would wait for me to come home from work to cook. And then my mom saw that a couple times, and she started talking shit to him. And the more shit she talked with him, the more he wanted to separate from me. He started to be like, oh, that's your mom, she treated me a certain way, blah, blah, blah. Thank fucking God. Thank God for my mother, because if it wasn't for her, I would have never gotten out of that relationship. And so the guy moved out at some point and I cried so much. I was like, no, I want to be with this guy. What the fuck? Imagine this. So after he moved out, he came one time to visit me. He also slapped me on my door. I spoke back to him. I was like mouthy back to him, and he slapped me on my face. And I went home and like I went inside the house. His fingers were still on my face, and that was the moment my mom saw it, and she wiped the fucking floor with my dignity that day. She wiped the floor with my dignity, and that's how I actually woke up to the fact that I was in an abusive relationship and that I was reoccurring a trauma pattern that I just was too familiar with, I was too comfortable with, and I didn't want to get out of it because I was too comfortable. Anyways, so at that point, my mom and I collected everything, and then we moved out. We left that place. He never really got a actually fuck. I went and said goodbye to him before I left to Canada, which is stupid. I was still a kind person and I respected what we say is the bread and butter. You know, you guys say the bread and butter. I respected the yeah, basically. It was my mom. It was definitely my mom. If it wasn't for my mom, I would have never gotten out of that relationship. I would have literally have married this guy fucking retardingly. I would have married this guy and I probably had like 5, 6 kids from him now and I would have been trapped there forever. Anyways, the perceptions that we have as children of what love is and what it takes to make a relationship work is so diluted, so diluted. And it actually takes partner's behavior changes drastically when you are comprehending. Yeah. And I haven't even figured out that he was cheating on me until like a long time. It was like a year and a half in the relationship before I actually figured out that he was cheating on me. And the only way I figured it out is when he started working. He actually went back to work at some point, and I took his laptop to work with me one time. I just wanted to watch movies at work because I was like a receptionist. So I took the laptop with me one of those times and I found out that his Facebook was logged in into it and he didn't know. And for like a whole month, I was taking taking the laptop with me every day and checking his messages every day. So this is one of the things that I was going to tell you about is I became that person too. I became a possessive, jealous, you know, I was snooping around him. I would wait until he sleeps and go check his phone. No surprise, he was cheating. He was watching porn too. He was watching porn on a daily basis. So on my job, I left to work before him and I came home before him too. So I would get a chance to actually like check the computer before he did. And he was home at the point like I left to work at like 9 or something and he would leave at 12 or something like that, and then he had like a point of time where he actually was watching porn. He was cheating on me, and the moment he figures out that I left the house, he would start chatting with women too. Like when he knows that I left for the second job, he would start chatting with women. Anyways, it was a really it was very stupid and naive of me, okay? And so watching porn, it can be cheating if your partner is telling you to not watch it, right? If they're, and which is that's what he was doing. He was telling me that I wasn't allowed to watch porn because he's the one supposed to satisfy me, but then behind my back he was doing the opposite things. And I'll tell you something from my experience, people who are cheaters will think of you as a cheater. People who lie in their own heads will think of you as a liar. People who don't lie, which I wasn't a liar at all. I was too naive to lie. I was so honest, and I still kind of am in that way, you know, where I like blab it out. I'll blab my heart out. I learned to keep my breath a lot more as I grew older. I learned what information needs to be said and what information needs to be kept, and how do you say it? Oh, hi, boo. Who's talking in chat? Somebody's yeah. Anyways, it's okay. Don't worry about people. Really, I really don't give a fuck at this point. I'm expressing something that's vulnerable, and I'm assuming a lot of people are gonna take advantage of it. I don't really care. I'm here for the people that are actually, you know, taking in the lesson from my experience. So that was one of the highest, most toxic relationship I've ever been. Yeah, you control them, baby, no problem. Yeah. Oh yeah, I know. My mama is the best. She was actually in the chat a little bit earlier. She came and said hello to me. Yeah, she's the best. She is the best. She literally scooped me out of that relationship. And if it wasn't for her, I would have been done. I would have been he might have killed me actually. He might have, like, one of those times, that time that he broke my rib, he was smashing over my head. He was so drunk. He was like blind fucking raging drunk that he was literally smashing me over and over and over because I changed the password on my phone. That's what happened. Somebody messaged me and I was actually I didn't want to delete the message because the guy who messaged me was so kind to me. He was really loving and kind, and I didn't have feelings for him or anything, but he had feelings for me, and I didn't want to delete the message. It was super sweet, and so I changed the password on my phone, and he figured I changed the password on my phone, and I acted dumb. I was like, oh, I don't know what happened, blah, blah, blah. I was so afraid of him. And he literally was like fucking smashing me for so long that I actually, like, I think I got a concussion from it. I might have became retarded since then, but that was the singer. Exactly. That was the famous guy, the rapper, you know? And he was the way I found him is by him sharing a song about him fighting for women's rights. Imagine this. His song was literally advocating for women's rights. You know, he was pushing that song really far, and there was a lot of like talk about it on social media, and that's how I found him. I knew him from before because of his band. Like I knew of the band, I've heard of it before, but I've actually never known of him until he shared that song, which was advocating for women's rights. And then later on, I go in a relationship with him and he's fucking abusive. Anyways, the reason I'm telling you this is because there's a lesson in there. And I learned so much from that relationship. What about Yarka Crack? I don't know. I missed that part of the chat. His song wouldn't change the society. I don't know. It might have. But I'll tell you, it inspired a lot of people. It inspired me because I was one of those people that believed in him at that point, right? I really believed in him. I actually invited him to my house before I ever had a relationship with him. I invited him and his friends to my house, and my family hosted him. Yeah, cool. Yeah. Thank you for listening. Blessings and lessons. Yes, lessons and blessings. Blessings and lessons. So, anyways, I actually ignored a lot of the red flags because I was feeling lonely. I was alone. I had moved from Syria. We were in a country, like we were in a different country. The war had happened. I was dealing with trauma still. And my first relationship that I had was also an abusive relationship. It was more sexually abusive than it was mentally. Actually, no, I was wrong. It was more mentally abusive than it was sexually or physically. Like that guy never actually actively hurt me or hit me, but he was really mentally abusive to me. So I fell into that trap of a pattern, right? And I started reoccurring, doing this over and over and over again. Okay, anyways, so what happened is I became that person too. So I became possessive, I became jealous, I became someone who, yeah, I know, he should be in the chat, we should bring him over. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Dr. Anish. That's so sweet. I have my own red flags. I have my own red flags currently. I'm still working on my red flags, okay? We all have our shadows, our demons, you know? We all have those. I don't think anybody is, you know, an angel. We are, some people are less harmful than others. Some people are less, you know, ugly than other people. Thank you, you guys. Thank you. You don't, yeah, I mean, he was a musician, but anyways, I think the worst red flag is someone who cannot observe and actually have awareness around their feelings. So for example, you know, knowing that you're a jealous person is a good practice. If you say, look, I'm a jealous person, that's a good practice. But if you pretend, oh no, I'm not jealous, I'm open-minded, blah 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 blah, which this guy was. He was like, no, I'm open-minded, I'm very free, I let you talk about whoever you want. In reality, that was a lie. So people who actually like let's say, I think people tell you that their flaw right over, like right ahead, right in the beginning of relationships. You can see that. Cool. That's, oh no, nice. Yeah. Oh, thank you guys. I'm so glad. Thank you so much for being on here with me. You're jealous. You don't hide it. Exactly. Being jealous as fuck ruined your first relationship and it wasn't gonna last anyway. Unfortunately I do have to say, I think possessiveness in a relationship can be really harmful. Possessiveness, trying to hold on to the person very much, it can be really harmful. If you have awareness that you are a possessive person, you're on the first step of actually solving that problem. I'm really sorry about your daughter. Pull her out. Pull her out. You can. You can. My mom did. My mom pulled me out. She was actually very patient and she let me make my own mistakes. That was the thing. My mom let me make my own mistakes, and this is actually how I learned the most is by my own experience, recognizing the red flags in a relationship and actually having to deal with the result of them rather than leaving the relationship too early and thinking, oh, he was a good guy. Oh, he was a good guy, blah, blah, blah. I actually went all the way and saw all the harm that was done by me and by him. Yeah. Yeah, that should have been a criminal thing, but I'll tell you this, in my culture, unfortunately, in the East, women are treated this way all the fucking time. All the fucking time, you know? And this is one of the main reasons why I hate that part of our culture. Women are treated like an object a lot of times. Women in the West have a lot more power to actually go to the police and say, I've been assaulted, I've been hurt, I've been all of that, you know? Um, you tolerate in others, what do you tolerate in yourself? Thank you, thank you. I'm not a queen, I'm a human being, and I am being treated at this way better because I've set my standards. I've learned what works for me in a relationship and what doesn't, okay? Try to make you jealous by dancing with another man? That's a toxic behavior if you ask me. Trying to make someone actively jealous is a toxic behavior. Yeah. No, no sign language. I'm not a Muslim. No, I'm not atheist either. I'm a spiritual. I was born into a Christian family, but yeah, I was in a Muslim society. Athlete ruined multiple relationship as well as my knee ankle. Oh no! Oh, too bad. I'm sorry, Manish. Sorry for you. I hope you feel better that way. Femme protective of females. No, protective is very different than possessive, right? Protective is a good, to me, it's a good it's a good trait to have in a personality. To be protective of someone, to care for them, is a very good thing. Now, to suffocate them is not. That's the thing. That's a very different thing. I believe love in a relationship can only or can mainly be achieved through autonomy. Attribute was right. Oh, okay, cool, nice. Sometimes I say a word and I'm like, I'm not even sure if that was the right one. But yeah. Okay, so it took me after I got out of that relationship. Yeah, showing the interest. Yes, yes. Unfortunately, that does happen. And I have to say, for me, it was the same thing too. I started becoming the person that I thought men wanted me to. Okay? So for example, if a guy said, "Oh, you should be more feminine, you shouldn't respond to a guy, you shouldn't raise your voice, blah 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 blah." I was like, "Oh, so if I don't want to get hit, that means I should not be hiring my voice. If I don't want to get hit, then I should, take my clothes off every time he wants to go to bed. If I don't want to be hit, then I should cook for him and clean for him and blah 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 and tell him everything and show him my phone and all these kind of things." Okay? That's not really, it's not an accurate thing. Traumatic relationships, toxic relationships have a lot of power over you, and you might be recreating them in the next relationships because that's what's familiar to your brain now, right? So if a person, for example, treated you a certain way, or let's say they didn't, let's just put it this way, if you thought love before is for someone to possess you, then you're going to look for that in the next relationship, right? Communication is the main reason for failed relationships. That's what Peter was saying a couple days ago too. That's what sparked this conversation. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It should be criminal. It should be criminal. Those men should be in jail. And this guy that I'm telling you about is married now. This guy that I'm telling you about is married, and his wife is actually like seems so soft and tiny. I really hope he's treating her better. I really, really hope he's treating her better. Um, cool, cool. Um, you have to draw certain boundaries about what you accept and what not in a relationship, Davidson. Or it can be just as harsh as physical blow. Totally. Oh my God. She wanted to dance with me, but I said no. Well, that's okay. That's okay. But yeah, I can't say that you interpret certain actions your own way, right? She might have not cared to make you jealous at that point, but she might have. I don't know. I wasn't there to tell you. But like sometimes also we interpret certain things in our minds a little different than what the other person is saying, right? So that's what happened with me in some of those relationships where I was like, oh, he's saying, for example, this is one of the things. He would say, oh, I would kill any guy who gets close to you. I would kill you and the other guy if you ever cheat on me. And I thought that was romantic. I thought, ooh, this guy, there we go, someone who actually loves me. That's not love. That is not love. That is violent love. That is possessive love. There's very different kinds to love, right? There's our ideas about love can be really conditioned. Society have conditioned us a lot of times with Hollywood, with novels and love stories and Disney stories and all these kind of things. Okay, yeah, that's true. Yeah, yeah. uh I am a naive person too. I'm mostly on the naive side of things. I assume the best in people a lot of times, and a lot of times that blocks my awareness, and I don't see what's actually in front of my eyes in the other person, even though sometimes they already showed me once and twice and three times, and I keep thinking, "Oh, you have a good heart. I'm sure you have a good heart." Okay. Being aware of your shortcomings, totally, totally. And be willing to actually work on these things, right? High school, yeah, you have to grow. We all have to grow. We all have to grow. And I think the way that we grow is in relationships. I have to say, you cannot really grow in a relationship the same way that you grow outside of a relationship. You cannot, it's not the same at all. And actual romantic relationships are very different than your day-to-day friendships. But I think friendships can help you get an idea on how to treat another person just in general. But then when you live with them, when you actually get to know their flaws and they get to know your flaws, and you wake up one day and you're not as happy, or you break an arm or you fall sick or something like that. Loving someone when they're in their best is very different than loving someone when they're in their worst, right? um yeah, exactly. They think of that as an insult for themselves. Yeah. It's not an educated, it's not a broken heart thing. It's more like a, oh, am I not man enough for you kind of thing. It hits them more in the masculine side of things rather than the emotional side of things in Eastern culture. Is thinking everyone is evil until proven otherwise. Oh, it makes it hard to trust other people. Yes, totally. And I understand why that thought is there. I do understand that, but in my opinion, that's just a trauma pattern. It's a trauma reoccurrence. Jealousy and possess come from lack of self-confidence. Yes. If you were to exert yourself confidently and love confidently, there should be no jealous. Yes, yeah. I think so too. I'll tell you this. The more insecure I was, the more I was jealous. The less insecure I became, the less jealous I became. The more I was like, the more confident in myself, the more I realized that nobody can be me in my partner's life. Some people can be better, some people can be worse, but nobody can be me. I'm my own unique soul on this planet. And the person who is going to be with me in a relationship is not going to know, is not going to have a chance to know anyone else who is better or worse like than me. It's just who I am uniquely. They might find someone who is like better for them, if that makes sense. I stopped thinking of myself as like nobody will replace me. It's not like that, nor the opposite of, oh, anybody can replace me. It's not that. I'm my own unique person. And if the other person, if the person that I'm with wants to cheat, they can cheat no matter what I do, no matter how good I am, no matter what I do with them, no matter if I'm honest or not, no matter if I cheat or not. If they are going to cheat, they're going to cheat. That's something in their behavior that I cannot change about them. I can make it work. I can try to kind of balance and communicate things with them, right? Confidence is fake? Why do you think so? If you want nothing can stop you? How does that, if you want something, nothing can stop you? That's confidence, no? Anyways, hi you guys. Hi, Peter. You're Greek? Yeah, nice. All right. You're in Greek? In Greece, is it? Saying the word is fake. Okay. Humbled when a close woman friend who tries to indicate to me she wants to get in a relationship with me, and I realize nothing lately by myself. Yeah, humbled when my close woman friend who tries to indicate to me that she wants to get in a relationship with me, and I realize things lately. So you're saying you didn't realize that when it happened? I don't fully understand the comment, Davidson. When you cheat in college, you're more likely to be fired after you graduate and get a job in your field. Okay. Oh, if you cheat in college, right. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. Cheating your way out of anything, you will pay for that result. You do, whether it is you lose a relationship or you lose a job or people see through you eventually that you are not as good as you're saying that you are. Okay, so coming back to a little bit to the relationships that I was telling you about. After leaving that relationship, I still was the same person. And I repeated some of the things that happened in that relationship onto the next person. Because, first of all, I didn't have time to heal. I didn't give myself time to heal. I didn't want to be alone. I really hated being alone. I had trauma to deal with in my heart, in my psyche, in my mind. So for a long time, I didn't want to be alone. I was really resisting wanting to be alone or having to be alone. And because of that, I was quickly going into another relationship, until I had to stop and realize that I was literally getting in a relationship with almost the same person. And also that I became the person before me, right? So the next relationship, I got to know a guy who was really like old school. He was a virgin. He didn't want to have sex. He was very like kind of closed off in that mindset. And I was more abusive to this person than he ever was to me because I didn't want him. I didn't want to have that relationship with him. And he really kind of liked me and wanted to be with me. And I was to him what the other person, the person before him was to me, right? He was like grabbing onto me, loving me, trying to like hold on to me. And I was like, I don't want you. I don't want you. I don't want you. I don't want you. So I became that red flag. I became the person that I actually, sorry, you guys. Okay, if you're talking with each other, it's totally cool. But if you have something to say, please save it for me, okay? So I became that person to another person. I became that person to like 3 or 4 people after in that relationship where I was like, fuck love. I don't want to love anybody. I don't want to give love to anybody. I'm just going to use the guys that come into my life, right? Because I was hurt in the relationships before. I was like, fuck it. No guy can be good to me. No guy will ever be good to me. I might as well just use them. They love me now. They want to do like they want to just kind of love me and take care of me and stuff like that. Fuck it. I'm not gonna involve myself in the heart the same way I did before in the relationships. So I became that abusive person basically. I lied, I cheated, I was there was a point where I was dating like 3 guys at the same time. I'm not proud of it. I'm not ashamed of it either because I've made my peace with it mostly. But I'm not proud of that period of time. I know that I was reoccurring trauma patterns that was from my past, and I just became that person. And it took me a long time to actually forgive myself and to like understand why I did. Okay. And that also, what it did, it gave me compassion to forgive the people that were before that actually hurt me. It doesn't excuse the hurt. It doesn't excuse what we've done to the next person. It doesn't excuse us ever. but at least if you can understand it, maybe you can forgive it, right? So I started to take a look onto the relationships that were before, and I realized that the guys that, you know, were either physically or verbally or sexually abusive to me had not a reason, but they had a reason. It's not an excuse to why that happened, but they had a reason. Sometimes they were suppressed by their sometimes they were suppressed by their society, sometimes they were conditioned, you know, sometimes this is their idea of love, sometimes this was their religion. A lot of the times, a lot of the conditioning that was on them was not really truly their fault, okay? They chose to be that person. They totally chose to be that person, which I also have realized and learned that it was up to me to decide what kind of person I wanted to be from the to go on in life. Do I want to be like the person who hurt me and be like, well, I got hurt, fuck all men, let me just fucking take advantage of them? Which I did believe that for a little while, right? And I had an excuse. Ooh, ow. Okay, we pulled it out. I had an excuse inside of my heart, and I was like, you're responding to each other, you guys? Okay. Sorry. Whereas most traumatizing relationships will teach you something, right? Yes. Specifically the traumatizing relationships. I have to say, healthy relationships teach you a lot. Healthy relationships actually teach you a lot more, but traumatizing relationships teaches you what you don't want, the boundaries that you're willing to draw and you should never compromise on. Honestly, it does teach you a lot about your self-worth. If you manage to get out of them alive, what you're willing to put up with, what kind of boundaries do you have, where is your self-respect? I picked it out already. Being selfish, not jerk. Yeah, I picked it up. My wife and I were friends for several years before you became lovers. Oh, I love that. So sweet. I love that. So sweet. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think being friends with someone for a long time can be a really great foundation for a relationship. I don't know if you guys ever watched Friends, but when Joey comes to Chandler and Monica, and he's like, "How do I blah 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 maintain a relationship?" And they're like, "You know, we were friends first, so maybe you want to be friends with her." And then he goes and meets a girl, and then he tells her, "Oh, I just want to be friends with you," and she gets really turned on. They end up having sex. So he goes and tells Chandler and Monica, "You know, you told me like to make friends with her, and then all of a sudden she wanted me." And then they were like, what were they like? What about the foundation? What about the intimacy? Is like, whatever. There was three of us for God's sakes. So, anyways, okay, cool. You should be friends first. Yeah. Oh, cute. Yeah. I believe that knowing someone really well before you actually start having feelings for them is the best policy. And it's really hard. It's really hard. I'm the kind of person that picks up on feelings really quickly. I get attached to people very quickly. And this is a flaw in my system. You know, I see the good in them. I see their heart, I see their soul, and I just get attached very quickly. And sometimes, a lot of times, what ends up happening is, you know, I I get involved a little too quickly, and then sometimes the person either doesn't like me the way I like them, or I don't know them very well, or you know, it becomes really it becomes a problem for me. Anyways, okay, cool. So after I got out of that relationship and I came to Canada, I started learning a lot more about myself. I do have to say, after doing psychedelics specifically, I stayed with myself for like, there was a time where I actually sat with myself for like a week. I microdosed for a week. And then I just sat there. I just sat there with myself. I cried. And I just read my journals. I read myself. I started to just relive certain things that I was avoiding, right? This was one of the biggest flaw in my psyche. I couldn't live with myself because of certain things I've been through, relationships, who I was to those people and who they were to me, whether that was a good thing or a negative thing. And I couldn't live with it as long. I couldn't sit with myself. That's why I kept going into a relationship over and over and over and over. I couldn't be alone. I didn't want to be alone. It was too painful to be alone and to dwell and start to think about the things I've done wrong and the things that people have done wrong to me. So what I did is I took a whole week where I was microdosing. I was just sitting there listening to music and replaying old scenarios, old relationships, reading about it, and reading my journals and then writing a new thing. Oh, okay, I see, this is what I did here. This is what was wrong in that relationship. Almost like you know, like a reflection session. It was like a reflection week where I just read about everything I've done, and then oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, oh my gosh. Yeah, we're so close to 100 likes. Thank you, you guys, so much. Sorry, I'm not paying attention to these things because I have a thought out, and if I don't put it out, tend to get a lot swayed with it. So I'm gonna try as much as I can to put it out for you, and then I'll interact with you a little bit more, okay? So that's basically what happened. I spent a week with myself. I just got to know me. I sat and I got to know me. The bad things about me before the good things. I actually took, like, what do they call this? A magnifying glass. And I started looking through all of my behavior, everything I picked up on from abusive relationships, every belief and what do they call it? A bias that I had towards men in general. Because, for example, I think I told you this before, but I grew up in a culture where women were, suppressed more than men. Men were more prioritized than women. And so what happened is that my dad was really like afraid for me and stuff like that when I was growing up, and he really like tried to size me up, to put me in a certain box and say, don't talk to men like this, don't show skin, don't, even though he was a Christian. But because of the culture in general, women were suppressed and they had to really be scared for them. Yeah, no worries. I should have turned the chat on and off and stopped you all from talking and just sit here and listen to me. But I'm just kidding. I don't want you to just sit and listen. It's okay to like tap in and out. Okay. So, because of these beliefs, I was, what do you call it, a self-fulfilling prophecy. I was living a confirmation bias constantly, over and over and over. So I had the belief that men were abusive, aggressive, harmful. They only want sex from you. They only want your body. They don't really care what's in your mind, you should be submissive. You should never raise your voice. You should blah blah blah, clean and do all these things for him and give him sex whenever he wants, and all these things that were culturally passed on to me in the mind. Okay, so because of that, I literally fulfilled those prophecies in my relationships. Okay, the reason I'm telling you this is because you could be doing the same thing to yourself. This could be the reason why you don't have the relationship that you want in your life. If you're in a happy relationship, this conversation is not for you. If you have made a relationship work for you in your life and it's actively working, this is not for you, okay? If you're struggling to make a relationship work, or if you had bad experiences in your relationships before, you could be doing what I have been doing, or what I've done in my past relationships, where I had certain beliefs that I've accumulated over the time. Some of it were passed down onto me. Some of it was my own doing, literally my own doing. Like the guy beating me up is my own doing. Even though his actions were his actions, I allowed these actions to be on me. I seen red flags and I closed my eyes and I just kept going because, naive, you know, being young, being in love, blah blah blah. What did you say? Young, dumb, and full of gum. It's funny. I do like that expression. It's actually hilarious because when you are young, that's your sexual energy is the thing that moves most of you. Your brain is not really like in a full kind of grown state. You're a lot more wrapped up with your hormones. You're a lot more wrapped up with the heart feelings and the excitement and the blah blah blah, all these kind of things. And I do have to say, like until I became maybe like 25, I was still I'm still controlled by my emotions a lot of times, depend on the time of the month, but I do still see myself being carried away with my emotions, and a lot of times I have to put like a really firm line for myself to stop being uh swayed by my emotions, right? When you're young, it's really hard to achieve that. It's so hard. You need someone to guide you, someone to mentor you in those kind of relationships, and you need a healthy role model. In my um in my um in my experience, in my case, I didn't have healthy role models. My parents were not in a successful marriage, and they ended up splitting up at some point. And all the marriages that I've seen in my life were somewhat toxic, somewhat unhealthy, not working. Um, you know, I know you heard that. You heard that. The quote. Let me just. I want to stand up for a second. My legs are getting a little tight. Okay, so, because of that, I'm reflecting to you right now to tell you what I've done wrong. I'm reflecting to you the things, the beliefs that I've had, the behavior that I had that created those kind of relationships for me and made me that person, right? Made me uh made me sometimes overly giving and overly loving, and sometimes toxic and aggressive and verbally abusive. Actually, I'll tell you this: there that guy that hit me, I did also hit him physically a couple of times. Not hard enough, not hard enough. He should have just never had a dick after that point. But, anyways, um, okay. So let me come back to here. Okay, so that experience of me taking a whole week and actually digging into my psyche and digging into my beliefs helped me a lot to put a mirror in front of myself and actually see myself for exactly who I was. I'm not a mentor. I'm not a mentor. I don't know if you're talking to another person, but yeah, I'm just a human being. I'm literally sharing my bad experiences with you right now because these were my lessons. I'm telling you what not to do in your life. Yeah, I'm human like all of you. Yeah, we all do go through life mistakes, learning. Yeah. Yes, totally. Messed up relationship to another without taking the time to heal can cause you more messed up relationships. Totally. Totally. And I'll tell you this, the reason why you do that is because you're so afraid of facing the past mistakes. For me, it was really hard for me to face the fact that I've made mistakes in that relationship. It was really hard for me to actually, it's fucking sweaty, eh? It was really hard for me to acknowledge what I've done wrong and what has been done wrong on me and how traumatizing that was. I didn't want to be alone. Um, I couldn't actually tolerate my own company. I needed someone else. I needed someone else's voice to be around me. So that was the biggest red flag I had. The biggest red flag I had is I didn't want to be alone. Why didn't I don't not want to be alone? Because I couldn't stand my own company. I couldn't love myself enough to. Hey, yeah, I know. I'm a Canadian now. I'm a Canadian, eh? Hilarious. That's so funny. Yeah, a lot of people actually. John tells me, or he told me the last time that I spoke with him. He's like, "You have a Toronto accent." Let me look at my hammock. Maybe we'll move to the hammock soon. Okay, so that was my biggest red flag as a person, is that I didn't want to be alone. I couldn't tolerate my own company. I couldn't tolerate my own self. I couldn't love myself enough to. Oh, I love that movie. Wait, did I read that wrong? Oh no, you deleted it. I think you were talking about the movie of the Jim Carrey movie. Let me just bring this a little bit closer. You know what? This blanket that I'm sitting on is actually making me hot. I'm getting sweatier. Um, What not to do is more important than what to do sometimes. It's crazy. I know this like sounds retarded in a way, but like this is also what I've learned in art. Learning the things that I did wrong was more important than learning, you know, new things, new techniques, new ideas. Reflecting on what I actually have done wrong. Yeah, I love that movie. Oh, I cry so much in that movie. That was one of the saddest movies ever. He's so cute with her too. Oh my god, both of them are so beautiful. And so reflecting on what not to do. Reflecting on what not to do. This is something that I do with my art. I record every session. I record it and then I go and I look at it at the end to see what I did wrong. What was the thing that I did wrong and what was the thing I did right in here? Tell me, how can I connect with you on with me on social media? You can join the Discord, or I'm not very active on Instagram, but you can join the Discord if you want. I'm trying to be a little bit more active on Discord lately. The links are in my bio. If you click the picture, if you click my picture, the icon there, you will find the links in my in the bio. Your wife is streaming. Oh, hello. Wait, you were Almighty. Hi Almighty. The ultimate unk. Cool. So reflecting on what not to do. Reflecting on what not to do gives you a better idea on what you do want. So for example, being with an abusive, obsessive person, jealous person, made me realize I could not tolerate being in a relationship with someone who was jealous. I couldn't. I don't like that. I'm very open and free in my love to others. I like talking with people. I like falling in love. I like, you know, having relationships in general, and realizing that a jealous person cannot fit in my relationship. And I had to learn that the hard way. I had to actually get beaten into it to realize I couldn't tolerate a person who couldn't control their emotions that way, who didn't feel secure enough in their own body to sit and relax and be like, all right, you got this, you know, I trust in you. It takes a big person to trust in their partner. It takes a big person to not be jealous and to allow someone to have the autonomy that they might want in their relationship, right? The Holiday too. I love The Holiday too. Yeah, I love Kate Winslet. Kate Winslet is one of my favorite actresses. Yeah. Okay, going back to the topic. So that was the biggest red flag for me. Okay, to in another person is I could never be with a jealous person. I know now I could never be with a jealous person. I could never be with a possessive person who could not see me with other people, who could not see me laughing with another guy and be okay with it, who could not compare himself to other guys and, you know, make a big boo-boo about it, right? You can be jealous. You can feel jealousy. Sorry, you can feel jealousy, but you cannot be jealous. You can feel it. You can feel, ooh, you know, I'm getting a little jealous in here. I feel that sometimes, right? I feel that, and I felt that a lot more before in my past, and I had to learn this way. Okay, sounds good, friend. If you want to message me on, I don't really accept. I'm not accepting friend requests because I don't know. I feel like I should, or I've been told that it's better not to. But you're welcome to send me a message. You're welcome to chat if you want to. Today is Thursday, so on Thursdays we discuss relationships and our heart and our emotions. So if you want, when you join the Discord, go to the channel that says Thursday on it, and then we can discuss this exact topic on it. Okay. Okay, cool. Now, we talked a lot about toxic relationships. I want to talk to you right now. There's a lot that you can learn from romantic movies, but I have to say something. They are not 100% realistic in life. You can learn some things, right? You can learn let me actually ground it. So I don't think romantic gestures in the movies are something that you should be taking from movies, right? The way that the people communicate, observing how people communicate in a movie, let's say, or in a love story, can be really helpful. I really loved watching two people interacting. When I was growing up, I always loved watching two people talking with each other, or to, you're wrong, no, you're wrong. It's okay, I could be wrong too. Um, so what I'm saying is, I loved looking at two people from a different perspective and seeing how they interact with each other. That helped me see where the flaw in their communication was. Because so sometimes I would watch two people talking, and I would see that he said one thing, but she understood one another thing, and she's trying to tell him that that's how it feels like to her, and he's trying to tell her that he didn't say that, that it's not what he means. So that kind of communication, for example, showed me what should not be done. It showed me that, oh, wait, both of these people are not listening to each other. Both of these people are just saying things from their perspective, but they're not stepping out of their relationship to look at both points of view. This was the thing that I actually did appreciate in movies, because it allowed me to have the third perspective, to sit in here and watch two people interact with each other and see what that person actually meant and what that person actually meant, and then interpret it, and their different interpretations to that sentence, right? Right. Excuse me. I believe certain movies are a bit more helpful. Um, what was that about? I don't. Sorry. Romance movies last 90 minutes. Real romance lasts 90 years. Cool. And to make it work for 90 years is an insane amount of effort. This is the thing that a lot of us expect too, myself included. I expect relationships to be easy for me, because sorry, easy in general, because it's easy for me to love someone. It's easy for me uh to tolerate and to try and make it work. It is easier for me than it is sometimes for other people. What's hard for me is to accept the love that the other person is giving without conditions. For me, I'm a conditional person. I expect you to treat me a certain way if I'm gonna give you all my heart and love and devotion, right? If I'm gonna love you and sacrifice and do all those things, I expect things in return. I don't consider love is something that you give without an expectation, okay? I don't believe in unconditional love. I don't. At least not in a human level. I believe in a human level, all relationships are transactional. If I say hello to you and you don't respond back to me, the relationship cannot continue, right? If I put effort and you don't put effort back, the relationship cannot continue. A lot of people think that relationships should not be conditional, and it's unconditional love that I want from you, and you should not want anything back from me, and blah 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 blah. It's not how it works. In reality, it's not. Both people have to put fair amount of work in the relationship. If one is putting more, if I'm always reaching out to you and you're not reaching out back to me, I'm eventually gonna get tired. I'm eventually gonna get drained. I'm gonna feel like you don't love me as much. I'm gonna feel like, you don't care about me, all these kind of things. And vice versa. If you always reach out to me and you're always pouring into my cup, and I'm not pouring back into your cup is gonna get empty. You're gonna feel dry, you're gonna feel, no pun intended. Um, okay, cool. So, this relationship that I'm in is literally the only long-term relationship I've ever been in my whole life. The longest I've been in a relationship was 2 years, and it was pretty abusive the whole 2 years. Uh, so this relationship that I'm currently in, um, lasted 6 years so far, and somebody said if it passes the 7 year, then we will be good. But I think we've already kind of crossed the hardest points in relationships. I think the hardest points are like the first 2 years, I want to say. The beginning, like the first 6 months are great. The first year that you actually live together is the hardest, I believe. And this relationship, when in our first year, we fought a lot. We broke up multiple times. Sometimes it was my fault, some of the time it was his fault, but technically it was both our faults. It was equal kind of effort or lack of effort that actually got us to separate. And a lot of times I wanted to walk away. A lot of times I didn't want to put the effort that it actually takes for a relationship to work. Most of the times because I would get out of a relationship and right away start a new one. I I would basically leave before things got hard, right? No pun intended. Um, I'm still the problem. Anyways, that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, that's okay. You can totally disagree with me, and we can discuss it a little bit later if you want to hold on to some of those points. But I'm gonna keep talking for now. Um, cool. So in those relationship and in this relationship, what it actually took to make the relationship work is accepting that we are going to fight. This was one of the main things. Accepting that sometimes in the relationship we are going to fight. Sometimes we are going to disagree on things and maybe never agree on them. Now, fundamental things are more important to make sure that you're in alignment with the person. For example, your life purposes, your goals, the way you view other people, the way you treat other people. These are very important that you have similar values on, because if you don't, it's really hard to maintain that relationship. Silly things, smaller things, it's okay if you're different from each other. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't harm you. In fact, me and my partner are like drastically different in personality wise, but the things that actually matter in our relationship, we are so like that. Like sometimes, it's not that we finish each other's sentences, but it's that when I'm processing a thought, he will literally almost get the same thought, and vice versa. It happens the same way, where I'm saying something, and then he will like be like, oh yeah, like this, and I'll be like, oh yeah, true, very true, right? But in other things, it can be challenging. So what I was gonna say is, in the things that matter, it's very important that you are in alignment with the person that you're with. You have the same values, you have the same um, relationship goals, similar love languages, or at least ability to provide those love languages. Like, for example, if my partner's love language is food and I don't like cooking, then it might be a problem, right? Uh, or not a problem, but it might be something that he's going to need constantly from me, right? Hi, you guys. Hello, hello. Yeah, I see. Okay, yeah, yeah. Um, cool. Oh yeah, you are the guy from Discord. I know who you are. Okay, okay, cool. um, good. I'm not your girlfriend. I'm not your girlfriend. Go find someone easy. Okay, so where was I? Where was I? Okay, so in love languages, in things that you have to kind of be in alignment with, the things that actually matters in a relationship, you have to be in alignment with. The person has to share the same values. When we say opposites attract, opposites in personality can attract, but if you are in the opposite with everything, specifically the valuable things, the things that actually matters to you, it can be such a headache, I had a relationship with a person like that, where he was very different from me. The ways that he acted towards people, the way he spoke to people, his world views were very different than my world views. And what it ended up happening is that we were in constant fight over and over and over and over and over. That was exhausting. That was so tiring to be in that kind of relationship, and we ended up breaking up. um you like, yeah. No, I'm not gonna argue with you. I don't really care. I don't really care about your opinion. um okay, so uh it took knowing both of each other. Like, it took him understanding me, knowing me, and it took me understanding him and knowing him for that relationship to start to work. For example, if I raise my voice, right, it takes a person to actually know me to know that I'm not angry, right? Sometimes I get serious. Sometimes I will give you these eyes, and you'll be like, "Oh, what is she doing? She's going crazy now." But she's not. A lot of times I'm just being serious. A lot of times it's just how my eyes look like. A lot of times, so when the more you get to know a person before making these kind of assumptions inside of your head that, oh, she's mad, or no, she's going to do this, or she's going to do that, before you make those assumptions, getting to know the person, loving them enough and tolerating and having the patience to know them throughout the relationship. um I don't even know what this guy's saying. um Again, I don't think one person is right in a relationship than the other. I think it takes two. It always takes two in that kind of relationship to make a relationship work. And it takes both of you acknowledging that you could be right or could be wrong, right? that this is one of the main things. What I used to hold on to this thought of like, you don't understand me. You don't understand me. No, I'm the one that's right. You know, you don't understand me. Maybe I'm just abusive. Yeah, I will abuse you. I will abuse you. You seem like a tight mind. You seem like you lack intelligence, and I will abuse you if you were in my life. But luckily, my man is actually very smart, so I don't have to be abusive, okay? Go. Come back in 24 hours. Maybe you have something a little bit more helpful in 24 hours. Highly doubt it. Anyways, so I don't want you distracting me. You keep showing up and blobbing shit out for no reason. Cool. Where was I? Fuck. See what I'm saying? I got distracted. Right. So it takes knowing the person, and it takes also knowing yourself and acknowledging that you could be wrong some of these times, right? So me knowing him acting a certain way, if I assume that every time he acts this way, he means one thing, that can actually be very dangerous. Instead of asking questions and being like, what do you mean? What do you actually mean right now? Are you mad? Are you hungry? Are you tired? Are you sad? Asking these kind of questions to the person instead of assuming, for example, that they're angry at you or that they hate you or that they're feeling jealous or all of these kind of things. Instead of making assumptions, approaching things with curiosity and with the willing to compromise and work with the other person can be really helpful. And all these things that I'm telling you are not like 100 chance to work, right? Sometimes some of these things, sometimes you're going to slip out. Sometimes you're going to raise your voice. Sometimes you are going to get jealous. Sometimes they might get jealous. Sometimes, you had a bad day and you're going to go at it at each other. Sometimes that happens. But when you have the context of each other for a long time, which takes a lot of work to build, you start understanding, oh, okay, they had a bad day. It's okay. I can give them slack. I can give them patience. I can give them understanding right now. And it's hard. It's really hard. It's not an easy thing to not take things personally in the relationship. Okay, so far, I've got these couple points. Knowing yourself, knowing the other person, having the compassion and the understanding to actually get to know them a bit more and not making assumptions, approaching things with curiosity rather than your own premeditated assumption. Let me see. You asked something? Who is more commanding in my relationship currently? Like the boss? There is no boss. Sometimes I'm his boss, sometimes he's mine, depending on the topic, right? If I'm cleaning, I'm the boss. If I'm cleaning the house right now and he's passing around, you're not allowed to pass around. Go. I'm gonna be the boss. But if for example, we're working outside and we're building something, he's definitely the boss. I don't know nothing about it. I'm gonna let him be the boss, right? I don't think there's like an ultimate boss all the time, and I don't think anybody should be the ultimate boss. I think you take roles based on your abilities and skills in the relationship, right? So for example, if I'm the one that's cooking, I'm the boss in the kitchen. I'm the boss in the kitchen at that point, okay? If he's the one that's cooking, then he's the boss in the kitchen. If we're doing something that he's an expert at, I'm going to submit and let him lead the relationship. If I'm doing something, that I'm good at, let's say whatever, washing the cats, okay? Let's say I'm giving a bath to the cats and I know about that better. He better be listening to me at that point. And you have to have trust in the relationship to trust that the other person knows what they're doing and to allow them to take that role, to allow yourself to be led that way. It takes compromise. It takes the person to actually be humble enough to say, oh, it's okay, you know better than me in this way. I'm gonna let you lead. This is your place to lead. I'm gonna let you lead. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna what's the logic behind assumptions? Yes. I don't understand how you manage to control every aspect of your relationship. You don't control every aspect of your relationship. You work with another person. You're two, right? You don't try to control and possess the control over the relationship. You work with another person. Some days they have to take it. Some days you have to take it. Do you get what I'm trying to say? You both wear the pants, although you're probably wearing shorts right now. No, I'm actually wearing long pants. It was I was outside today and it was slightly cold, but you know. Are you sure? Yeah, exactly. Thank you, friend. Thank you. And believe me, it took a while. It took a while for that dynamic to work in the beginning of the relationship. So I'm not a submissive person. I'm kind of submissive in the right positions, but I'm more of a dominant personality. I'm very like, strong and assured and like blah 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 blah. Like I will go to a guy and tell him I think he's hot. I'm that kind of woman that I will go to a guy and get his phone number. Um, so and my partner was a little bit more shy in the beginning of the relationship. He approached me, but I was more dominant than him. Like I would invite him over. I would say, "All right, do you want to come over?" He didn't say like, "Can I come over?" He was like more shy that way, and it was me that was like, "Oh, you should come over. Like come to my place," kind of thing, right? So, in the beginning of the relationship, it was hard for him to figure out when to take lead and when to let me take lead because I am a strong personality. It is a little hard to work with me. I'm like learning to soften up in some ways, but it was harder to kind of it was kind of harder to understand when he could actually be the leader in the relationship versus when I can be the leader of the relationship. And it took like at least a year and a half, maybe 2 years in the beginning of the relationship for him to be like, no, I'm standing my ground on this thing, or yes, let's do it your way, right? And it took me a lot longer to actually let him do things his way. Still does sometimes. Still it takes me like I said, I always think that specifically in the things that I know better at, like for example, if I'm cooking, I'm gonna tell him, you cannot do it this way, even though sometimes you can, but I do get bossy that way. I'm like, no, I'm making it my way. I'm doing it my way, kind of thing, right? Um, yeah. So basically, that was one of the things that it took for this relationship to work is finding out when to be led and when to allow the other person to lead. Trusting the other person to know they know what they're talking about in that way versus, oh, they should do it my way, right? A lot of us go into relationships and we think it's my way or the highway. You cannot, you got to do it my way. No, you got to do it my way. It's both ways. It's like that. It's not against each other, it's with each other this way, right? This is what I believe relationships work. Not even like this, like this. You meld into one entity, one being together. My opinion don't matter. Your opinion don't matter. What we come together as is what matters the most. Okay. Okay, you guys. I talked a lot. Let me try and catch up with you a little bit. My coffee melted. I talked too much. Yeah, anyways. So that was kind of I wanted to tell you what I've done wrong in the past relationships and the things that are working for me currently. I'll let me discuss with you a little bit more. I'll see what your thoughts are, what you have on your mind. Okay, we're on quiet. Yes. There was a girl at work who I swear had a problem with me until she came up and said, "I think you're cute." Oh, then she walked away. I was like, "Damn, I thought she hated me." Oh, it's so cute. I love it. That's like elementary school kind of love where they pull your hair, and you're like, "Oh, of course he likes you." That is so cute. I love that. Did you end up dating her? You should. You should have. Uh, where to pick up in a conversation to get the result I'm looking for? Where to pick up in a conversation to get that? Sorry, if you want to tell me a little bit more. I heard those that don't compromise have better relationships. I'm on the fence with that. I don't think not compromising is a good ground. Big ass. I know, right? Yeah, it's a big phone. I know. My hand is like it's kind of the same size if I actually put it here. See? No, it's not that big. It's just like even my finger is taller than it. I'm just small. No, I'm not. See, I have big hands. Hi, you guys. Hi, you guys. Welcome, Aaron. Didn't work out? Oh no. that's too bad. But at least you took a chance and she took a chance. I really appreciate that a lot more. I have to say, I don't take a passive attitude towards my relationships in general. I'm more of like, if you like a person, you gotta tell them you like them. If you like them, you gotta make sure they know you like them. Even if you look them in the eyes with these crazy eyes, like, I need you to know that I like you. I'm that kind of person. I prefer going that way, even if the relationship doesn't work. I prefer letting the person know. And man, do I get fumbled up a lot of times. I was gonna talk to you about this actually recently, but we'll go back to it. It takes someone for a year every day, and still it won't mean as much as what you have to sit in front of someone, not saying a word, yet you feel the person with your heart. I have to say, feelings are not as valid as words. Okay? For me, I'm a words kind of person. Actions definitely have to line up. Okay? But words are very important to me. I like elaborating on my thoughts. I like expanding on things. Like, for example, I think Peter mentioned that too. If you don't like to be cheated on, you have to say it often, and you have to say why you don't like to be cheated on. What does it feel like for you to be cheated on? What does it mean? Does it mean looking? Does it mean talking? Does it mean listening? Does it mean watching, like certain things? You have to expand on things for that relationship to work, in my opinion. In my opinion, you talk too much and don't listen. Christmas? I'm gonna give you like a little bit more chance. Welcome, happy birthday. Happy birthday. We're discussing grown-up stuff, yeah. There's still this girl I like at work, but I don't date. I also don't want to date a coworker. It can be tricky. It definitely can be tricky when you're seeing the person over and over and over, especially if you work with like I worked with my partner, and it was actually kind of nice. It made our relationship stronger in many different ways, but we knew each other before we worked with each other, so. I don't care if men don't find that intensity attractive. I don't care. I don't want men who don't find that kind of intensity attractive. A man who cannot stand in the face of intensity is not a person for me. It's not. Oh, okay, yeah. Do you work closely? Do you want to make things awkward? Oh, I see. That's why. Oh, cute. Yeah, I think for me, I like relationships that can meet like that working with another person. I do like that because I feel it's like it for me it strengthen the relationship. I think it's a good thing. But hi, Cheyenne, I see you there. Not closely, she's oh, okay. So if she's not too close, I think that might make it a little bit easier. I think working very closely to each other can be a little hard. Like when I worked with my partner, we were like right in a space, so sometimes it was a little triggering. Or sometimes if we had a little fight before we went to work, let's say, and then we go to work, we're like, you can tell when you enter the room that him and I were like had a fight that day or something. You could feel it in the air. You could feel that we were not like interacting with each other the same way. It's kind of cute. I think it's a good thing in a way, because you see the other person in different multiple like occasions or views, let's say. Yeah, it's right in the house. Cool. Yeah, tell us, talk to us about what do you think it takes to make a relationship work? Let me see. Somebody messaged me. Oh no. All right, you guys. Oh, I see you saw something. I like relationships that challenge me and make me think in a different way or perspective. Love it. Learning from each other. I love it. Intellectually stimulating conversation. Yes, girl. Yes. Fuck yeah. I love that you said that. Thank you. That's fucking awesome because I think that's very crucial for me in a relationship is someone that actually makes me think, not makes me think in like a worry and like question my life decisions, not like that, but something that actually provokes my thoughts, that actually makes me like, oh, that was like a new thought that I've never thought of before, or something like that. I really love those kind of relationships. And I love those relationships even on a non-platonic way. Like I thrive on friendships that are like that, where you sit and talk for hours about new things and new things and new things. Like that's such a mental orgasm. Really cool. The most painful thing is losing yourself in the process of loving someone too much and forgetting that you are special too. Yes, yes. And I don't think that that's a healthy form of love. I think to interact with a person that way or to love someone over yourself is not a healthy love. Okay? For me, I believe the highest form of love is the love of self. Loving yourself is the thing that actually teaches you how to love other people. My perspective. Workplace romance is bad? No. You don't have time to miss one another. Um, if that's the kind of relationship you want, I don't like missing the person I work with, that I love. I like like when I like someone, I'm more than happy to spend 24 hour 24/7 with them. I find relationships that stimulating, whether whether they're on a mental level or on a physical level. Oh, cute. I'm like interesting and stuff. Oh, cute, cute. What do you think about love? Do you think someone deserves love? Yeah, I think everybody deserves love. Missing someone makes the heart grow fonder. I have to disagree with you that everybody has a different type of love language. My love language is not that. I don't for when people walk away from my life, not just walk away, but like when people are not active in my life, I have less feelings for them. That's for me how it works. Um Mental stimulation rocks. Fuck yeah. If she drives me to a constant state of poetic reasoning, I don't want her. That's okay. Yeah, that's okay. You're allowed to have the preferences you want. That's actually more of what I like, what I've attracted in my life, in my relationships, and I think that's a very important foundation for relationships is to have those kind of similar things, right? If you are not an intellectual person and you date an intellectual person who likes to talk and talk and talk, that's not going to work. Or someone who's romantic dating someone who is not romantic is not going to work. If your love languages are very different from each other, I don't believe that you can sustain a relationship. Yeah. Yeah. Here, this is what I was trying to say too. You have to know yourself. You have to know your preferences because there's no one size fit all, right? I can come and give you a relationship advice, but it may not apply to you, right? A lot of the times it does not apply to you. What works for me might not work for you. What I like, what my love language is, might not be what your love language is, or the other person that you're with, right? You have to know you have to know yourself, know thyself, then you can know the other person. It's the coffee. Then you can actually like sustain a relationship with another person. Uh he was asexual, but then he said he loved a pigeon like a man loves a wine. I think Nikola Tesla had a lot of really valuable teachings. I didn't know about this very specific thing. I you could you can have loving feelings, and you can fall in love with objects. You can fall in love with things. People have fallen in love with fantasies and novel characters, right? That have happened. That constantly happens to people. People fall in love with AI characters at this point, right? People fall in love with a movie character and that's it, and they romanticize them their whole life. So that happening with an animal is not that far beyond us in general as humans. Um, I don't think it can really define exactly who you are as a person. But to be honest, a lot of people that I know prefer having relationships with their animals. Like they say, I have my dog and that's it, or I have my cat and that's it. That's all I want. I don't want people. I don't want to have a relationship. I'm done. So I think that we can fill that hole with another object that is less human than us. Clinging onto or getting clung onto? Oh, fuck that! Oh, you gosh. I can see why you'd want to work to be a safe Sorry, what? I can see why you'd want work to be a safe refuge. Oh, hilarious. Oh, that's funny. If two people truly love each other, but one of them made mistakes and is sincerely trying to change, do you believe they deserve chances? Yes. Yes. Totally. Totally. And I'll tell you this, they have to be really sincere. You have to know and watch them actually being sincere. And for me, a person being sincere means implementing changes. If you see them actually implementing changes in their life, they're worth a shot. If they're not implementing changes, they're not worth a shot. And but also people, it takes a while for people to change. So sometimes the behavior can take a little while. But if you've cleared it out, like for example, if you say, I don't want you cheating on me, right? If you draw those boundaries and you talk to the person and they still do it, that's not worth it. If they try and they say, someone talked to me today and I felt like cheating and I really don't want to cheat, but I thought I'd come and talk to you about it, that's someone to me is worth staying with. uh Missing someone gives you something to look forward. Okay, cool. It's weird. I'll tell you this. I lived with my partner and we worked together, and so I've been living with him for about 5 years. I've been living with him for about 5 years. We do everything together, basically. We work together, we wake up together, we sleep together, we eat together most of the times. Like, I have my own alone time and he has his own alone time, which is awesome. But majority of our time is together, and I still miss him. The moment he leaves the house, I'm like, oh, I miss you, or like, he'll say, I miss you, da da da. He'll send me like emojis and cute little things. Um, for me, the more I get to know the person, the more that bond is stronger, and I feel that missing, like they're gone, the moment. And me missing them doesn't always mean that I have to be around them, right? Like, because we do a lot of things together, when I do things on my own, I'm like, oh, I want you here with me, kind of thing, right? I feel that missing. Sometimes I feel like it can become a little codependent, though. It can be a little scary. You have to actually maintain your autonomy. For me, I actually slipped into codependency a lot quicker in that relationship because I really do like having a one-on-one kind of 24-hour living with the person, loving the person, just being with them all the time. I really do like that. Um, I don't know what the fuck you're saying. His name is Jesus and God? Okay, fuck your Jesus and your God. You're an idiot? Get the fuck out of here. Goodbye. I love telling people to fuck off. I really do. Um, I didn't see what he said at first. I just saw like a BS word there. I'm like, got you. Oh, you did. You black domestic too. Holy shit. You are hitting me. Oh no. Damn. I'm talking too much. I must be talking too much. Um, no. Oh, you know what? Osho is actually really fun. He had a lot of relationships. I've heard a lot of different stories about Osho. I would love to. I I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I'm not gonna mention it. But yeah. What was I talking about? Fuck, I forgot. I forgot. Oh, anyways, missing someone and living with them, and becoming codependent. Right. This is what I was going to talk about. A lot of times in our relationships, we become really codependent on the person that we're with, whether we stay with them for a long time or not, because we're getting our emotional and physical sometimes needs met from them. Right. We become codependent. We become like, we can't live without them. Like, I was that person too. I traveled one time to Toronto alone, and I was so lost without him. I was so freaking lost. I was looking at everybody and trying to find him in people. It was crazy. Like I saw my brain because he is the person that I interact with on a regular daily basis, like the only person almost. And some days, like especially during winter, I don't go out as much. We're literally right like face to face with each other. It was really hard when I took a vacation, not a vacation. We had a separation moment at some point, and I went to Toronto, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna get some space from this relationship, try to work on myself, try to like separate what's happening. And oh my God, that was so hard. It was actually really physically and emotionally and spiritually and physically hard. It was really a painful experience, and I missed him a lot. And I was like, I flew back in like 2 days, so that was funny for me. Um, Okay, so let me see. What did I miss? Kind of feel like you're either a cheater or you're not. You either comes naturally or it doesn't. I think that does it is a personality type. Cheating for me is a red line. What was that about? Believing them the first time? That yes, yes, I totally agree with you. I do have to say there are more reasons to cheating than or for a person to cheat than we want to look at a lot of times, right? Sometimes it is just who they are, but a lot of times something is wrong in the relationship. For example, I'll get to this. Let me actually read. Oh, I see. I'm caught up. Oh, I think I'm caught up. Oh no. Told one of my exes that and repeated often, I can handle a lot, but don't ever lie to me. Right? Yeah. She did and kept repeating the lie, so I dropped her. Like she was. Oh, gotcha. So this is what I was going to talk to you about. So I had a red line because I've been lied to and cheated on in a past relationship. I had so I'm in a polyamorous relationship. The only boundary that I have is never lie. Never lie. You're supposed to tell me everything. Who you talk to, who you look at, who turns you on, what turns you on, if you talk to that person or not, if you saw something on the internet. Not exactly like not in a possessive way as in you have to tell me, but if something actually is meaningful to you, for example, if you have a relationship, you definitely have to tell me. If somebody's talking to you and you like them and they turn you on that way, I want to know, right? So I wasn't very clear about that in the beginning of my relationship with Tony, and he kind of had some sort of feelings for another girl. He tried to tell me a few times, but I wasn't fully ready to hear it. And the way he told me was he kind of mentioned me and her in the same sentence, which kind of made me feel jealous in a way, and I closed off. I wasn't fully open to hear it yet. So he, didn't tell me for a little while, and then I found out on my own, and I was hurt by it and blah blah blah. I don't consider it cheating. I don't consider it cheating. I just consider it something that he didn't maybe find the courage or I didn't also allow him to open up to talk to me about it. So that was another thing that I needed to learn. What I needed to learn is that I had a trauma pattern from being lied to, and that's why I became hyper fixated with someone not lying to me, right? It was a past trauma that made me be this like obsessively honest person. Okay, that was not exactly who I was. I believe honesty is necessary, but I also believe you don't have to share every exact feeling with the other person. You don't. Some feelings can be hurtful, right? In the beginning, I expected him to share all of his feelings with me because I had been cheated on and lied to. And so I thought lying is the worst thing that you could ever do. In reality, that wasn't. It wasn't. Sometimes hiding certain things from me was necessary. Okay? Specifically depending on the time. For example, if I'm on my period and you're turned on by another girl or somebody talked to you or something, I might not be in a receptive mood to listen to you right now. I might not be in a good place to be like, "Oh, nice, have fun," I'm not going to be in the same place that I would have been, 2, 3 days or whatever, 2, 3 days in. So I learned that even honesty is something that you have to address in a very specific way, and that your desires in the current relationship could be a trauma pattern that you're occurring from the past into this future, into this current relationship. Oh. What if the other person never gave you a chance to prove that they've changed? Should you be hoping or let go? Let go. Hi. Let go. Let go totally. If they're not showing you change, it's not worth it. For me, when I like told him that he didn't tell me about this relationship and stuff, he was very what's the word? Not apologetic, but like remorseful. He's like, oh my god, like I didn't understand that. Like I know now. Like I know now. I can change that. And it was a little bit harder to change because you know you have to like get rid of your shame or your fear to actually approach the other person and say things. Polyamorous relationships are a little bit harder to maintain, I do have to say. Polyamorous relationships are a lot harder. They take a lot more communication to make them work than a regular relationship. But in general, it takes a lot of communication to make a relationship work. Oh yeah, I think I got it. Yeah, found your peace through with your partner. Thank you for giving us hope. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad I can. I'm so glad I can. I really hope that you can see that this is totally possible for you. There was a time where I thought I'm never going to have a good relationship. I'm just going to end up alone. I'm going to die alone. And sometimes I do, right? Sometimes I still believe like, oh, okay, maybe at some point he's going to find another person and just be with them, and maybe like me 10 years from now is not going to be a good enough person for him. Sometimes I do think that, but I majority of the time I believe that I've made it work. I've learned what makes it work for me, because I learned myself, and that allowed me to actually see the other person a lot more with a clearer eye. Oh, I'm sorry, I am loud. Yeah, I'm loud. Relationship, but so is tact. Tact, like tactics? Is what you meant? I was asking if the other person doesn't give you a chance to prove that you haven't changed. That you have changed? Sorry, what? David was asking, what if the other person doesn't give you the chance to prove that you've changed? Oh, I read the question wrong. Let me read it again. What if the other person never gave you a chance to prove that you've changed? Should you keep hoping or let go? No, you shouldn't hope. You should let go. Yeah, same answer. Same answer. If the other person cannot tolerate what you've done to them, you have to move on. Hope one day that they forgive you for themselves. You know, I hope that the people that I hurt in the past will forgive me for themselves. But I don't expect them to do so. I don't hope for that. I'm like, okay, it's okay. You are not capable of forgiving me right now. That's okay. You know? Let me actually, you know what? I do feel that my voice is getting a little tired, so I'm gonna put you on the microphone and just speak a little bit quieter to you. That might be a little bit better. I'll speak quieter. I'll speak quieter. I just have to remove the cover from my phone. How dare you tell me I'm loud? I'm actually very loud. Believe me, my voice in my own head is fucking exhausting, dude. So exhausting. When I'm on the live, like, when I've like done 5 hours or 6 hours on the live, sometimes I'm like, fuck. I don't know how these people are tolerating me. Let me see. There we go. How can I not know how to put it in? There we go. I think I got it. Hi, can you hear me? Let me know if I'm muted. Do you feel alone? You feel great for being alone? Yes, I'm alone, but not lonely. Cool. Do you guys hear me? Let me just double check. Actually, I could hear myself. Oh, okay, nice. Yeah. Not muted. Awesome. Yeah. Cool, cool. I just blew up his head. Let me scream in his head. Let me actually scream in his head. No. Yeah. Yeah. So cool, awesome. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad, you guys. I'm glad. I'm glad I can like speak quieter at this point. I can lay down and just like be quiet. Oh no. I actually also had music going on So, and when I have music going on, I'm usually talking over the music, which is not a really good thing. Okay, cool. Oh, we got 200 likes! Yay! Thank you for 100 likes, you guys. Thank you so much. Cool. What were we talking about? I forgot the last point. I would have to read the comments to know what it was about. Oh, yes. Okay, so the last comment I wanted to comment on is, uh, maybe later. Yeah, you said I'm at myself. I myself. I'm at a point where I like being alone. Find being alone is great, and I totally agree with you. I think it's very important to come to a peaceful state with your loneliness or you being alone. Although I don't think that we are meant to be alone as individuals on this planet. I believe that we are social beings. We function in unity better. My perspective, you don't have to take it. This is up to you. Your life is up to you. But what I think for me is I am not meant to not be in a relationship. I am meant to have person in my life, persons sometimes. I'm meant to have that kind of love and connection in my life, and I like it and I thrive on it. But I don't want the kind of relationship that I am needy for. I need you to be here. I need you to be mine. I need you, you know. I don't like that type of relationships anymore. I enjoy it more when it's a voluntary action that I love you. I love being here with you. I enjoy being here. And it goes both way, the same way, rather than I need you to be here. Right. And some days I do feel like, oh, I need you, you know, come cuddle with me, like blah, blah, blah. Like I'll get all needy on him and I'll be like, no, you can't go or stuff like that. Some days it becomes like that. And that's beautiful to have that privilege with another person. It's a beautiful privilege. I cannot emphasize enough on it, honestly. It's like one of the most human warmth like experiences, kind of warm. No, never mind. No pun intended. The most like intimate kind of loving form of our humanity is to like have love and reciprocate it from another person. So very important to accept to be alone. Very important to also be in a relationship, to be loved and love another person and be in unity with another person, from my perspective. Let me see what you guys are saying. That's better. Oh, you took out the headphones? Egg pizza? You were asking me yesterday. I was wondering what that was, but yeah. I know people tell me to move on, but I honestly don't know how. I still love her very deeply. I've tried to accept everything that happened, but my heart hasn't let go. I can't imagine replacing her. Do you want to tell us what happened? If you feel free to do so. Did you talk a little bit more? With someone else, because with someone else because to me she was never just another person. I don't expect anyone to understand. To be honest, no, nobody will replace a past person for you. It's not how it works, right? Every person is their own unique version of self. It's not possible for anyone else to replace them. You know, I don't think. How do you move on with your heart still refuses to let go of one person you truly love? The grieving process is very important, right? Grief is having conflicted emotion about someone or something. Okay? Grief, you know the term, of course, you know. Grief is basically saying, I love her, but I can't let go. I have to let go, but I can't let go. I love her, but I hate what she did to me, let's say. Or I want to be with her, but I can't be with her. Having conflicting emotions is the process of grief. Understanding that you will always have conflicting emotions about a certain situation, whether it was a positive or negative, right? You will always have conflicting emotions about it. Sometimes I'm happy and I'm like, oh, I'm so happy. Oh, but someone else is unhappy in the world. Damn it, I'm sad now, right? That's a grief in its own way. And a grief needs a process to come out of your system. For you to come to acceptance to something, first it needs time, it needs love, it needs compassion, empathy, needs understanding it on an intellectual level, and then grounding it in the body. It's a lot of work. Inside joke? Oh, what's the inside joke? The egg pizza? Huh. I didn't get the joke. I did not get the joke. It is a tough spot, yeah. How old are you? Yeah, if you want to tell us a little bit more, David. To get over a person, you need to get under another one, or on top of another one. More for women than men, but same concept. No, I disagree with you, friend. I honestly don't think that that's a healthy way of moving on. Like I said, I've done that my whole life. I don't think it's a healthy way of moving on. You moving on with another person just to cover the rebound is not a good thing. I've learned this not just from relationships, I've learned it from smoking. For example, for me to stop smoking cigarettes, I started smoking weed. That was my rebound. And then I got stuck with weed, which was in some ways worse and more harmful for me than cigarettes were. And then to stop smoking, sorry, let me tell you, actually, it was drinking first. It was drinking. And then I started smoking. And then I started drinking and smoking. And to get rid of the drinking and smoking, I was like, oh, I'll replace it with weed, right? It was just a perpetuating cycle that was doomed in the end, for me at least. Sounds like he's the one that made the mistake. Yeah. Yeah, it sounded like it because he was asking that question, but I don't know. It was a joke? Sorry, no, it's okay. You're the last person I would think smoked tobacco. No, I smoked for 9 years. No, I actually smoked. So I'll tell you, I smoked for a long time. I smoked for at least 9 years, and even last year I went back to it. I went back and I smoked for like 4 or 5 months. And the last time I actually had a cigarette was in April. This April, I was really sad. I was really heartbroken after a relationship ended with a or not. It didn't end. It was like it was a relationship that was kind of stringing me along, and I couldn't figure out how to deal with it for a long time. I really liked the person. I've never actually like had a relationship with him, and I was really sad. I messaged him and he wouldn't respond to me, and I couldn't tolerate these emotions, so I went and I drank a lot. I had a shot first and I was like, that's okay, that's good enough. And then I ended up having like 6 shots. And that was the last time I got drunk. And I was like, I'm done. I burnt all my cigarettes. I had like 4 or 5 other packs. Like I had bought a box or a pack or whatever. And I had 4 or 5 left in it. But in that night, I finished a whole pack on my own right there with the 6 shots that I had. And so I was like, okay, I can't slip back into this. Like, I really can't. I have to. And I threw them in the fire. And that was the only reason I actually stopped smoking. Because first of all, when I came here, it was very expensive compared to our home country. The pack was $1 or $2 worth. Here it's like $19 or $18. So I didn't want to spend that kind of money. So I bought it from the reserves. It was very cheap. So I kept smoking it a lot. And for me to stop it, I literally had to throw it in the fire. Like that's what I did. Um, did I get muted? No. Okay. Just let me know when I get muted because sometimes those will die. What's fading out? What happened? Yeah. Throw away your bong when you stop smoking weed. Yeah. Yeah, I'm that kind of person where for me I have to draw really hard boundaries before I can stop something. And to be honest, the main reason I wanted to talk to you actually today about relationships was because I am in this kind of like weird place with a person that I've it's very recent. It hasn't been long enough that I actually like have a lot of attachment towards this person, but I saw myself slipping into a pattern again, which wasn't really helpful, wasn't going to be very helpful, not to me and not to him, I don't think. And so I like took a step back. And as I'm taking a step back, I'm realizing a lot of things about my behavior, a lot of things about who I am as a person, who I am in relationships, who I am in relationships with another person. Um, Fading out? What is, I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, about the past relationship that I was talking about. So I think I said I am a polyamorous person. I've been with my partner for 6 years, but meanwhile I've had relationships come in and out of my life. Um, the most like uh the most actually recent actual relationships happened last year with like it was an actual relationship where I actually knew the person and I physically had like an attraction to them and stuff like that. Never go to sleep angry. Yeah, that's a good way. It's a good way of thinking about it. That last relationship that I was in last year ended not too long ago, like recently, and I actually learned a lot of freaking lessons from that relationship. It was like a hit in the head because I realized that I was super naive about this person. I was so naive and I was expecting the best out of him, even though again I saw certain red flags in front of me that I should not have ignored, but I kept on ignoring because I was like, no, he's a good person. I worked with him. I worked with him for a while. I know who he is, blah blah. Anyways, that relationship that I was telling you about in April, that ended in April, or it didn't really end because it never really started. It was a person I met over the internet, and he was not a polyamorous person. He couldn't really be in a polyamorous relationship, but I kind of already liked him. I had known him for a lot longer than he'd known me. I've been following him on Instagram for like 2 years, so I've known him. He's never known me before, and I had a kind of a relationship, and then he figured I'm polyamorous, and it was like, no, it's not going to work out, and that made me really sad, and I like got hung up on him for a longer while. Anyways, I redid this thing, almost kind of did it, or redid it recently, where I also allowed myself to be like, what are you smashing the door for, huh? You don't know your own strength? Come here and kiss me. What's up, you cutie? What are you eating? You having a cheese thing? Yeah? What's up? You didn't stream yet.
I'm going to right about now.
How come? I thought you were gonna stream a while ago.
I didn't make it work.
It's been like oh my god, baby, it's been like 2 hours.
I know.
How come? That's a long time.
I know.
Okay, baby.
That's fun though.
All right, I'm probably gonna be done soon, and I'll make food. You're gonna have to eat on the stream. Yeah, unless you don't want me to make you the burger for now. But yeah, sorry guys. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I actually was stalking the guy a little. I wasn't really stalking him, but I was more of the person who was and that's why I like realized recently that I could not do that again. Okay, 100%. Companionship drove my life in the past. Today, what drives me. Something changed now. I have memories of exes. Smile versus the typical smirks. Yeah. Oh, that's so sweet. I love that for you. Maybe later. That's good enough too. I do believe that having love in your life in the past can sustain you at this point. I do believe that that is very possible as long as you're not holding on to bitter feelings, which you don't seem like you are. It's beautiful. About to go. About going to sleep angry. I got words. What do you want to say? Bless you, stalker. What, you were responding to my story, I think? Yeah, I'm sorry about the ears. I'm sorry I screamed at him. That girl, what came up at me at work was polyamorous. Then when I knew it wasn't going to work, oh no. Oh, sad. That's okay. As long as you know yourself. As long as you know yourself, you will miss out on certain chances in life, but it doesn't matter. It's better than going in a relationship with the wrong person. So much better. At least you knew yourself and you knew in that moment that it wasn't going to work for you. He's sharing his story, but he deleted it for some reason. Oh, I see. Why did he put air quotes? After we broke up, I tried to cope. I started going to the gym. Alcohol doesn't help with breakups. Hoping it would help to forget her, and nothing worked. Trying to get away from feelings is not a good way, if you ask me. Trying to step away from your feelings towards another person by replacing them with another thing is not always helpful. Not for me. You have rules about that? What kind of rules? About what exactly? I don't know. I don't know what you were talking about. Going to bed angry? More tired. The more I tried to forget, the more I realized how deeply I loved her. It's been a long time. Still can't imagine replacing her. Mistakes. How old are you, David Millen? Chance, I would do everything. Yeah, okay. It's weird that you put it in air quotes. It's weird that you put it in air quotes. I want to make sure that this person's actually, okay. Okay, you're 28. Okay, cool. So you are a person. We're confirming that you are a person. Queen size bed only? No king size. No one sleeps on the couch ever, and you're mad. That's okay. We'll try it again tomorrow. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I think it's better to. I don't think it's a really good thing to sleep in a separate beds, because I do think even in conflict, sitting with each other is still better. It's knowing that you are in conflict is still better than just stepping away from that conflict. I think just being in here and allowing that conflict to exist is a better practice. Okay. David Millen, do you want to tell us what actually happened? Like why did you break up with that person? Tell us a little bit more about your story if you feel like it. I don't think it's easy to replace relationships, and the harder you do, the harder it gets. Because you already know, your brain knows that you're tricking yourself to try to get over the person, right? Almost 3 years, lived different countries. After I graduated, I returned home. I made mistakes and I regret them. Trying to become a better person, but I still love. Oh, that's sweet. That's really sweet, my friend. Um, Sorry, I'll come back to you, Estek. Um, yeah, it seems like you've made mistakes in a relationship, and that is okay. That is okay. Okay, you cannot dwell on your mistakes forever. If it didn't work out with the other person, if it didn't work out with them, there is no point in trying to hoping that it would or could work in the future. It is better for you to move on. How do you move on? Stop trying to replace them. Period. Accept that that person that you were with is never going to come again, and that's okay. That's what makes them very special. It's very beautiful. That's okay. It's going to hurt, but you can do it. Pain is something that is a teacher, right? The next time now that person is going to come to your life, a special person, you're not going to treat them the same way that you treated that other person if you were the person that made the mistakes, right? Pain is your indicator of what you should be doing from now on, right? The things that you should not be doing and the things that you should be doing. Thank her, be grateful for her that she was your teacher in that relationship, and carry on. You don't have another choice. Sitting and hoping is not going to help you. It's going to bring you back. Okay. But also trying to replace her with another person is not the right thing to do. Just recognize that that person was very special. They're never going to come again, and that's okay. Someone else might be more special than them, could come into your life. But you have to stop comparing them with that person too, right? Hi, friend. Is it weird that I don't want to sleep on the same bed? Like, I'll wait for her to fall asleep and I'll cuddle, but my back hurts and I move a lot. It's very normal. That's very normal. I actually do like my space a lot. My partner is a big guy and we have a lot of cats around. So sometimes I go intentionally to another bed to sleep on it, but not when we're having a fight. That's when I think it's a little bit of a mistake. One last grand romantic gesture, and if it doesn't work, then you learn to live with them. I don't think grand gestures are great. I have to say, in my opinion, I think grand gestures are overrated. I don't think you should do something big for someone to fall in love with you. If they don't fall in love with you, if they don't want you, if they don't want to forgive you just on the get-go, it's better to move on. That's my experience. You don't want an ex back. If it didn't work the first time, door's closed, it won't work again. I could just, to be honest, that's my perspective too. Lady and then very pretty. Don't give weight to it. Let it be. Let it go. I think men can be very petty. I don't think it's very good to generalize that a lady can be petty. Men can be petty too. Um, you ever been young? You've never been there? Oh, you learned your lesson first time? Took an ex back? Bad mistake. Same here. Same the fuck here. Honestly, I'll tell you this. I think emotionally it is nice because it's familiar. You know what to expect to go back to a person that you were with. Emotionally, it can be a lot more, you know, intriguing, I want to say, to go back to an ex than to fall in love with a new person and have to make it work with another person. The brain does like a familiar pattern better than a new pattern. The saying, we all know what that feels. Yeah, I feel for him too. I feel for him too. There's a bunch of men, so that's what my wording, but absolutely correct. Sorry. There is a bunch of men, so that was my wording, but absolutely correct. Okay, it's because you were responding to a guy? Okay. Okay, I get you, no worries. Just generalizing in general is it's not a great idea. Sometimes there are stereotypes, right? There are stereotypes, and I think also, when someone gets hurt, a lot of times it's really hard for them to overcome that hurt, whether they are a man or a woman. In my experience, I was more of a forgiving person, forgiving than the men that I was with, okay? But I did see in a lot of women that they were less forgiving than other men. It happens in both sexes, it depends on the person, and it depends on how bad the mistake was, how hurtful you were to the other person. Walking on eggshells, if I asked an ex to take me back? Even the word asking them to take me back feels wrong to me. Feels wrong. That sounds wrong, you know? Take me back. I got you, celebratory. Yeah, I got you. I don't want to receive those eggshells either. Yeah. I don't want to be walking on eggshells. I'm the kind of person also that I'm, like I said, I'm really firm in my relationships. I'm really firm in my boundaries, and I can't tolerate shit. You know, I'm not willing to tolerate shit. I'm not willing to if I tell you twice and the third time, you're done. That's it. We all are smart human beings. All our Most of us, our frontal lobe is, have evolved enough to comprehend things. You don't start a new relationship if you can't imagine being in another part with another person. You do not start. Excuse me. You do not start a new relationship if you haven't gotten over the person that you're with. It's not a good idea to start a new relationship. I will say that over and over and over and over again. I've been through a lot of relationships where I have not gotten over the person that was before, and these were the most toxic relationships I could ever be in. Yeah. Learn the first time or get the bleep out. I give more than one chance. I give more than one chance. I usually like to go for the 3 chances, you know? 3 is a number that I really value. I do like to go for that, and I'll tell you something, for me even, it took me sometimes more than once to learn a lesson. God knows. Took me a lot more than once. God fucking know only God knows. And there are a lot of lessons that still appear in front of me to show me if I should repeat or not, you know? It like dangles a thing and is like, "Do you wanna act this way? Are you gonna act this way or not?" And I have to actively choose the opposite. Do you think ladies are gifted and talented and a deeper level of petty? I just stand on that. Um, Depends on where you're talking. Like in my culture, men are more petty. In my culture, and I'm Arab, men can uh, can be a lot more creative with their pettiness. Even here in the Western world is a little bit more like it's there. It's also there. But I do have to say, a woman will not kill you the same way that a man kills you. Women can be a lot more creative. The way she cheats on you is also different. Very, very different dynamic. I don't think it's fair to compare those two people to each other to begin with, because they fundamentally function on a very different level in general, you know. Um, David, I see your other comment. It was blocked by YouTube. I don't think it's worth it to to sacrifice your life for a relationship that didn't work. Your life, your choice. Nobody can force you to be on here, you know. But I don't think it's worth it to. Your life is a lot more meaningful than just in a relationship, you know. And I had to learn that the hard way too. I've tried to kill myself over and over so many times because of relationships. And now at the age of 30 something, I'm like, that was not worth it. That person was not worth it. All the pain that I've gone through was not. I think more than anything, you should work on yourself. Yeah. Sometimes I thought, same here, my friend. Same here. Believe me, I've thought about outing it out many, many times. And most of the times it was because of relationship conflict, you know? But it's not worth it. It really isn't. On the grand scheme of things, there's a lot more pain that you can go through than the pain of the heart. My ex created a sex account saying it was me. After I broke up with her, I found out a girl I was interested in told me. She dropped me like, oh, damn. So she created a sex account on your behalf, then contacted someone else, or another girl figured out. That's weird. Learn to enjoy yourself. Learn to love yourself. Excuse me. Two years later, you found out? Holy shit. Live if you can. Great food, great work, great sex, teamwork, money. That's cool. Your comment was blocked by YouTube because you said sex, but I think great food, great sex, teamwork, and money. Really, 4 great things that he said there. Women fear loyalty from men because women aren't willing to become someone that deserves that loyalty. Your generalization is a little stupid there. Sorry, friend. It's not worth discussing. Your hate to women, your generalizing idea of women is what's keeping you attracting those women into your life. I know that was petty, but I wonder what you did. I wonder what you did, Peter. I do have to say, again, I'm gonna say this in the most like loving way that I could possibly say, but it takes 2 to tango, It takes 2 people to be in a certain type of relationship, right? I think sometimes the person can be more harmful than you are, but just you attracting them to your life has something that you need to work on. It's something that you need to reflect back on and correct. Why did I bring that person into my life? Why did I fall for that very specific person? It's really important to recognize that, you know? You broke up with her? Why did you break up with her? She cheated and lied? Oh, okay. Okay. We have the problem, so we fix it. Most of the times, I believe that it's not just that you are, but you are part of that problem. There's a song I love called Part of the Problem, and it's sung by Nako and Medicine for the People. And he says basically that I had to admit that I was part of the problem. Let me just play that song for you. I love that. Part of the problem, part of the problem. What did you think this would be? Easy love? There is no easy love. Oh no. Oh beloved, what I do to us? How could I lost touch? I was fighting with my. Yeah. I'm sorry that she did, friend. I'm sorry that she cheated. I'm not like justifying anyone's actions, but I do think that a lot of times it takes 2 to tango. I love this song so much. I like I'm crazy, play with fire, except to get burned. There ain't no easy love, no. I have to tell you this. I was actually just discussing this with my partner. I do attract a type of guys into my life too. And unfortunately, the type that I've attracted so far are are awesome in a lot of different ways, but they also almost always make me feel like I like them more than they like me. Okay? A lot of the guys that I've actually was interested in and I liked into my life kept me on my toes, and I don't like being on my toes. I actually like being comforted. I like being told that I'm loved and that I'm cared for. I like a person who is actually actively present in my life. And a lot of the times, most of the times in my relationships, I've attracted guys that made me feel like I love them more than they ever are willing to love me. And the more I'm realizing that pattern, the more I'm realizing is that I'm attracting that. I'm attracting that because I don't want an aggressive guy, quote unquote aggressive. But what ends up happening is that instead of aggressive, I get like the extra shy guy who, will barely fucking talk to me and will barely say a word to me. And I'll be the one flirting and I'll be the one reaching out and I'll be the one like all over them. And they don't really show that kind of like same back. So that's me playing with fire. To me, that's my playing with fire. Instead of going for the crazy, kind of person, I go for the peaceful kind of personality more, but in reality that actually hurts me more than the crazy guy. So, if you know your kink, if you know what you actually like, it's very nice. It's awesome. It's really cool. I hope that that works for you. I hope that that's helpful and it keeps you in a good, you know, type of relationship. Oh, sorry. I missed a few. Oh, sorry. I'm telling. Oh my god, I missed a lot. I thought because I saw a stick there, I thought it was the last thing that you said. But yeah, just as long as that your kink is serving you and it's not harming you, that's what matters. Uh Booted her, she came back and destroyed my place. Oh no. Oh my door. Oh my god, she is crazy. She sounds like a crazy person. But it sounds like you dodged the bullet, so there is something good in that. Not we as individual of the crowd. I mean, we, like the two people trying to make it work. Yes, as a we, exactly. Not you or me, a we. You were a bad person? Or she was family I was a bad person? Life challenges, some win, some loses, but we all step up to meet it head on. Nothing worth having ever comes easy. Not easy, no, nor hard. Okay. Also, very important to not think that it's very hard because I also had a kink for, harder type of relationships. I believed, oh, it takes work. Of course, it takes work. Relationships take work. Let me put on my cape and become the fucking worker in the relationship. It shouldn't be that hard. It should be, between hard and easy, not extremely hard nor very easy. Right? My perspective. I don't know why I keep telling you that. I'm obviously sharing my opinion. She was the one I took back. Oh my god. Hell. That that sounds a little crazy. I know. A couple believed her. It's okay. I knew even. Oh, so some of your friends and family believed her. Gotcha. It never works out, but it's always fun. If you're at the age of wanting to have fun, have fun. As long as it's not harming you, have fun. I feel like I'm too old for that shit, to be honest. Like there was a time of my life where I was like, ooh, danger, let's go, hot kind of thing. I just I can't do it anymore. I just can't. I'm at this point in my life where I've been into too many relationships and I'm like, it's not fun. It's not fun. It does more harm to me than it is fun. Um you're welcome, David. I don't know what you're asking there. I your sentence feels a little bit ChatGPT. So I want you to talk to me a little bit more like a person, then I can help you a little bit more. But you copied and pasted some things with the air quotation, I'm not 100% that you are communicating authentically with me at this point. Yeah, hi Manish, we're discussing love and the relationships. I don't care about FIFA, sorry love. Relying on other people to solve your problems is the whole thing. No one can fix you. You gotta learn to live with it. Yeah, you do. You have to learn to love yourself more than anything else. Play some music. You're the right one by Sports. I was actually playing a song right now. I want to play this back to you. How could have I last touch? I was. Good heart. Off to a bad start. How do I keep myself from falling apart when I've never felt part of a whole? Somewhere along the line, I got disconnected, started losing perspective. No, I'll admit that I am part of the problem. Part of the problem. What was that song for Taylor Swift? I know, but it was something like that. Like I'm part of the problem, right? I'm gonna send this song. What about all that shit I did for love? Maybe it wasn't love. Maybe it wasn't love. Who's in charge here? Is it really me? A face you rarely see. I was looking for a connection. This is just a mixed message. It's really cool. I'm gonna send this message to the Thursday channel. It's a really good. For me, it was like really important for me to take responsibility for my past relationships more than anything else. I don't trust comments with Dash now. I don't. I really don't. The whole copy and paste from ChatGPT, I've noticed it a lot over the internet. It's really scary. You get to an age where you're looking for your own ingredients rather than trying to use other people's recipe. Fun isn't a necessary ingredient in mine. For me, fun is, but I've learned a different definition of what fun looks like. Before, fun to me was like keeping me on my toes, keeping me thinking all the time, keeping me like breadcrumbing me, basically. That used to be fun to me when I was young. At this point, it's not fun to me. I like very clear communication. I like very specific details. I like people who actually are willing to put effort into the relationship as much as I am, and to show up and have the hard conversations, especially when it's hard. That for me, that's fun. To argue with someone over something that I'm passionate about, that's fucking fun. That's my definition of fun. I know I'm boring to some people. It's not the only part of fun. There's like other fun that is goofy and silly and joyful a bit more. But I changed my perspective on what fun relationships looks like. I find it fun to do shopping with my partner. I find it fun for me to do laundry and for him to help me with it, or to cook a meal together. Shut up, Peter. What the heck are you talking about? Dima Marib, I don't know who that is. How do you always look so? Oh, thank you, Lucas. I don't. I'm on my period right now. I'm in my pajamas. I'm actually wearing pants that are like completely ripped. Fun and funny are different. Are you funny? Yeah, cool. I mean, saying you're funny is not funny. Just kidding. I don't know what you said, Hamid. The name, the lady's name. I don't know who that is. I told you no. I didn't skip your comment. I read it and I said I didn't know who it was. But yeah. So I don't even know where we are at the chat right now. Relationships takes a lot of work. They take a lot of maintenance. They take a lot of showing up. They take a lot of desire to even want to be with a person. Yeah. I know, cooking together is so good. I really do love that. And my partner is so beautifully helping because I have like a really bad carpal tunnel in here, you know. So he will cut things for me that are like harder to cut, like potatoes or like, things that actually takes a lot of chopping. Like he will do that kind of work for me, and I will do the logistics, like the spicing up and adding and when to add them and stuff like that. It's so beautiful. It's such a fun activity, like, or picking up a movie and like getting food ready and then picking up a movie and then sitting and cuddling and like, just talking shit forever. It's fucking awesome. Think I'm funny? That's all that matters. Yeah, as long as you're funny to yourself, that's great. Ethereal is one word. Ephemeral. I don't know what that means. Sorry, that must have been loud on here. I don't know what that means. I'm assuming it's a good word because there's a kiss right there. I don't even know what etheric, like the etheric, not spiritual, right? I know the word in my head, but I can't say that I know exactly what it means. Communication daily, yeah. Hello, Davidson. Let me search that word. Let me search it. It better be a good word. You better be talking nicely to me. I'm just kidding. Wait, how do I spell it? Ephemeral? The fuck? Uh, um, English, is it? Oh, um, a passing, like a passer, like a passing by. Let me see. Ephemeral? Ephemeral? No, I spelled it wrong. Ephemeral. Fuck, I spelled it wrong twice. Oh, okay. So it's something that fragile, transcendent, fleeting. Is that what it is? Did I get it wrong? I love Arabic coffee. Yeah, that's my favorite coffee. What do I think about doing things I don't want to do? Depends on the things. I think some things that you do not want to do can be beneficial for you, and then other things that you do not want to do may not be beneficial for you. What are we talking about? In what sense? General, yeah. Epi- what the fuck? I don't even know how to pronounce that word. To make a relationship, you have to be willing to change and grow. Totally. I agree with that a lot. Yeah. Constantly. Let's continue about relationship. Yeah, we are. I was thinking about something else. Oh, okay, that's okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm fine with it. Everything is fleeting. I love the word fleeting actually. Traveling together, that really determines if you have the same mindset too. I realized I wasn't going to work out with a girl because she wanted to go to Disney and resorts and I wanted adventure. Yeah, okay. That can tell you. Like we were talking about this earlier, and opposites can attract, but not fundamental opposites. Like for example, if you really like hiking and the other person, for example, really likes to just lay there and be under the sun, it might make it harder for you to hang out, right? It might make it harder for you to maintain a relationship on a longer term. But for example, if you like your food spicy and they like their food not spicy, you can make a relationship work that way. It doesn't really that wouldn't be a fundamental problem. There are some things that could be like fundamental differences that could make a big gap in a relationship, and there are differences that could actually strengthen the relationship. Both partners have to be ready to change and grow for each other. Yeah. It will just be situationship. Yeah. A lot of times we see that, unfortunately, in marriages. I had it right the first time. It was ethereal. Okay. I don't even know what that word means. Let's see. Let me actually translate it to Arabic because I know what it means in English, like like the etheric body. Ethereal. Did I pronounce it wrong? Yeah. In Arabic, it gets translated into atheri, which is basically the actual translation of the word, which is technically is like beyond material. That's what the word is. But yeah, yeah, I'll take it. I appreciate it. in a relationship? Oh, doing things you don't want to do in a relationship? Define that. Like, there are certain things that you can do that may not be 100% pleasant for you or you want to do, but if they're like fundamental things, like for example, I don't want to steal and my partner wants me to steal, that can be a very big issue. I don't want to have a threesome and my partner wants to have a threesome. That could be a really big fundamental difference that I don't think you can. It depends on the thing that they want done of you or you want done of them. I have a personality where I always get stuck between relationships matters. I have no friends at all, which means I'm really bad in relationships. Not necessarily. You could just not have found the people that you vibe with, that you align with. I don't think that there's such thing as like bad in relationships or good. I think it's a skill that you grow with time. The more you practice, the more you strengthen that muscle in the brain. Oh, of course. Sorry, Aztec. I don't know if I got you. Yeah, I did. I got the word. Sorry. I got a little delayed. Yeah, do some chores. Don't let us delay you. Wish I could edit. Uh, if you ever want to test a relationship, go on. Can do a trip and camp afterwards. Oh my god, that's hard. Yeah, yeah. Too perfect for this world. Oh, so sweet. My love, appreciate you being on here with us. That's very sweet. Not to say I can't compromise and be flexible, but traveling and trying vastly new things, going to new places is key source of joy of me. And some people aren't willing to take the same risks for sure. That would be a deal breaker. If you're an extrovert versus introvert, that could be a very big deal breaker, right? Especially if you value that in relationships. Like if you are an extrovert and you have a lot of friends that you go out with, it's okay if your partner doesn't like to go out as much. It would be okay. It wouldn't make much of a big difference. But if they are your only friend and you hang out with them the most of the times and they are introverted and you want to go and do things and they are the partner that you want to be doing things with, that could be a very big problem. Um, I think compromising is overrated too much if you're swinging out of yourself. You don't want to be swinging out of yourself and removing all your preferences from the relationship. I don't think that that's a good way to go. I think it's important to know what is valuable for you and what is valuable for the other person, and if you can make it work. Yeah, sweet. Oh, like hiking. Um, Physical activities are a bit like they're okay to compromise on, but it depends on depends on the preferences of the person. Like for example, if the person is extra introverted and they really don't like going outside, they really don't like doing certain things, I don't think it's good to force themselves to go on a hike with a person. I don't think it is. If they are slightly introverted and their partner has a party and they really want to bring them on and stuff like that, it's okay to go over yourself if it's not a severe thing for you, if it's not like a big red line, right? If I absolutely hate hiking and I have a really bad cardio, let's say, or I'm like really I really don't like the outdoors or I really prefer comfort, if it's a really big thing, it's not good to compromise over it, because what is going to end up happening is that you're going to do something for the other person and you're going to end up building resentment towards them because of that, right? Oh, I did this for you. Well, I did this for you. Well, I did this for you. I don't think that that's a good ground. When you camp, you can see how helpful your partner is. Also, when you canoe, when you tip the canoe, it tastes. Oh my god, yeah. I mean, look. I believe living with a person sometimes can. There's nothing that actually prepares you to living with a person. You might see them in certain occasions like that, like if you go camping or if you go to a trip, or you see how they treat the waitress and blah blah blah, all these kind of things. But a lot of these things don't show up. Excuse me. A lot of these things don't show up the same way as when you're in a long-term relationship, when you've lived with the person for a longer time, because people do put on masks, right? They act a certain way because in the beginning of the relationship, They want to be considerate. They want to be loving. They want to be caring for you. They never want to get mad at you, right? That's very different than in the middle of the relationship when you've lived together for months and months and months, and now the masks have dropped, you know? I don't think I could be with someone who was a homebody. I love being home in the evenings, but during the day, I have to be out and about or I get depressed. Cool. Know yourself. Know yourself. That's the most important thing. Know yourself. Know the things that you're not willing to compromise on is very important part of what makes relationships work, in my opinion. Hi, Manish. Suggest a love song or a movie? I'll tell you a movie called What If? What If? It's a love story. It's a really good love story with Jennifer Love Hewitt. I love Jennifer Love Hewitt. Most of the times, I used to be expressive and try to push myself to become extrovert. Okay, but end up with confusion and stuff between conversations. What should I say next? Should I become silent all the time? I don't think you should force yourself to be anything that you are not. Okay, I think pushing yourself a little bit out of your comfort zone is a good practice. But pushing so hard out of your comfort zone could break you, right? It's the same thing as when you exercise. You don't exercise too much that you're sore and you can't walk the next day. That's not a good practice, right? That's more harmful than it is helpful to you. Slowly, start slowly, first of all. Start building actual meaningful conversations with people that you actually like, that you line up with. Then you can gradually become more extroverted around those people, right? You can't jump from not talking to people at all to going to a party. Of course, you're going to feel confused, you're going to feel anxious, you're going to feel uncomfortable. Those are not the situations that you should be in my opinion. My opinion. Use that I did something for someone against them ever? Never say never. You're allowed to say never. You're allowed to, you know yourself, you know. Um, but I know that this is a human pattern that sometimes can be in the subconscious. You don't always have to use it to say it, actually. But if you feel it on some sort of subconscious level, which a lot of people do, let's just put it this way. Maybe you don't. I'm not saying that you do, but a lot of people do. They feel like, especially if it's something they really don't want to do, right? Not just something like, oh, okay, I'll do that. No worries. You know, if it's something that you really don't want to do, let's say, for example, you're a monogamous person and your partner really wants to have a threesome. And then you go and you have a threesome just for them because they nag, 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 and they really wanted that, right? Whether you like it or not, you are going to hold on to that perception subconsciously in your mind. You're going to know that you did something that you didn't necessarily want to do and you did it for the other person. So, consciously or subconsciously, your part of your brain holds on to it. Now, if you say it, very different conversation. But a lot of times people hold resentment and they don't even know why they're holding that resentment because it's a subconscious thing. So different. Yeah, I think people have lived with their partner and for a brand it's a totally brand new experience. Totally. I can say that for sure for myself too. Something that's important to you or say it early on in a relationship? Yes, totally. Totally. Let them decide if they want to continue or not. It's not worth wearing a mask. Yeah. Oh yay, two people agreeing with me at the same time. I'm fucking loud. Cute. Cute, cute. Yeah, nice. Um Not that I need your agreement. I already know, but I'm just kidding. Um, yeah, I think exactly things that are important to you, you should say on in the beginning of the relationship. It's not worth holding your breath. It is very important to just start a relationship in like the most honest way that you could possibly do that. You know? Did we get disconnected? What happened? Oh, why is she talking so loud? Fuck. Mm. Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes. But, yeah. Yeah, this was a good talk. I feel like it was a productive talk. Um, let me see. Fuck. Fuck this. I don't give a fuck. I say I don't give a fuck when I really care. Anyways, yeah. Prefer long sleepovers? Go home? You prefer long sleepovers? Go home? The heck? I don't get it. Prefer long sleepovers? Go home? Yeah, that makes no sense. That's okay. Yeah, that's okay. I was a little blessing. When people agree with me, I'm like, ooh. No, I'm just kidding. Actually, yeah, I blush out of anger a lot of times. A lot. I blush out of anger a lot more than I blush out of, you know, shyness or like cuteness. You know. Um, your comment got deleted. What happened? As in, you don't want to live with a woman? Just have her for a long time for long sleepovers? Is that what this person's saying? I don't understand. Yeah, that's the only way I can interpret it is like, oh, y'all were talking about living together with your partner. Yeah, yeah. So you said you prefer long sleepovers rather than living together. I see. Always, always. Girls are really kissable. um, I understand some people like their home, some people like their own space, and they like to have their life, like their home for themselves. I get it. I'm not that kind of person. I like my partner moved in with me. I think like I had known him for 6 months or 8 months, but we weren't dating for the whole 8 months. He moved in with me like very quickly, and we moved together to a new house like 3 or 4 months in the actual relationship that we were in. I like it. You thinking the same thing, so did it mark? And I like it. Oh, sorry. Oh, you were thinking of the same thing of the other person. Yeah, I got you. I know. I kissed a girl and I liked it. You do know that song? I really like that song. I always try to find an extra. If sorry, uh, extra life mentor. Sorry, I have two choices, either self-teach or make others successful, so that appreciation comes to me. Things went wrong when I talk with girls. What goes wrong when you talk with girls? Like, do you? Yeah, let me just read your comment again. Try to find an extra life mentor, but at last I have two choices: either self-teach or make others success. Oh, okay, okay. It's you have to self-teach and you have to also learn from other people. Okay. Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. Uh, it takes you learning relationships from other people and also teaching it to yourself, and it takes being in those relationships to actually grow in that relationship. Oh, hi, John. How's it going, love? You miss kissing girls? My wife's boyfriend left me. Oh no, go chase after him. How dare he leave you? Yeah, yeah, kissing is great. Hi, hope you're good too. Um, I understand what you're saying, yeah. I didn't answer Mark's question. If I kissed a girl? I thought I did. Yeah, I did. No, I did. I kissed a girl and I liked it. Um, I don't know why guys like to think about that too. It's kind of funny because like I get it, but like when we ask them, have you ever kissed a guy? They take it in an offensive way rather than like us like actually like hot, you know? Get arranged marriage? Like a real Syrian woman? You're a fucking retard, dude. You're a fucking retard. You don't even know. You've never been with you've never been with a woman probably in your life. Go. I never want to hear from you again. Um, play some music. Yeah. Why you don't like my voice, Manish? How dare you? I dream about it. But yeah, topic of today. Topic of today was what makes relationships work. Can I ask you something? Have you ever met someone you just couldn't forget, no matter how hard you tried? When I was younger, yes. When I was younger, yes. The more I grew older, the more I realized that I don't have to forget about them, that everybody is special in their own way, and that I should not be fighting with my feelings to forget someone. I don't think it's a good practice to try and forget about someone, because it's like, you know that song when the song gets stuck inside of your head, and the more you try to get it out of your head, the more it is inside of your head. That's what I think. I think embrace the love you have for that person. Embrace it unconditionally. Like, I love them. I'm always going to love them, and that's okay. For me, that's what keeps me sane when I've interacted with people that have left me, you know? Yeah, I answered it. You've never been with a woman? Well, he said, go get married like a typical Syrian woman. So I'm like, you have never, and he will never be with an actual woman. He will be with a slave. If he goes for arranged marriage, he will be with just another slave. That's it. I don't really find him attractive. You don't find guys attractive? Guys, that's so cute. With my ex-girlfriend for 2 years. That's the only reason I know that living together is a different world. Yeah, totally, totally. And I have to say, the first 2 years are usually the hardest. You're happy living alone. That's a good thing too. Well, philosoph expressing yourself. That's okay. I think I understood you, Davidson. Primarily because I can pack my bags and take a trip any given weekend I want, whenever I can take off work. No need for compromise or explain. Yeah, it is easier to be on your own. It's totally easier to be on your own than to think for two people, you know? Believe me, I think that a lot of times when I'm cooking. Most of the times I'm like, fuck, man, I wish I was single. I just want to cook for myself. But, I do cook for myself a lot of times too. Like, it is important that you maintain your autonomy in a relationship, because you do end up resenting the other person if you stop doing things because of them. You love my voice. That's why you come live every time. Oh, that's cute. Thank you. You want music in the background? I'll play this song for you. Sometimes what happens though, if YouTube flags the song, YouTube does that where copyrights are not you're not allowed to play music in the background, and sometimes it will cut off the part of the live that there was music played in. So I don't want that to be cut off. Like, I don't want my wise words to be cut off. Men who are upset with that kind of questions are trained to be terrified of other men or homophobic. Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, they're homophobic when it comes to men, but they're not homophobic when it comes to women on women. They're happy of you. All people happily living with their partner. Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah, yeah. Exactly. As long as you don't feel like you're missing out, right? That's the most important thing. Is like bubble tea. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is, Hamid. You're into monogamous? No, I'm polyamorous. I believe all is valid as long as you're happy. Have many great friends who come over and keep me company. Oh, beautiful. I love that for you. That's very sweet. That's very important. I see. It's very harmful to keep memory you want to forget. It depends on how you look at it, though. Memories can only harm you if you give them the power to. If you think of the harmful memory, it is your reaction to it that keeps you in a harmful state. If you stop reacting to it in a bad, negative way, you can alchemize it into something that's better. For example, when I think of the abusive relationships that I've had, I think, oh my God, I love that guy so much. Oh my God, I was very loving. I was very soft. I was very kind. I was very forgiving. Oh my God, I learned a lot from that relationship. I left the bad in the past and I took the good from it. And I enjoy holding on to that memory at this point. I think it's possible. Ryan Reynolds is hot. I'd kiss him. You'd kiss Ryan Reynolds? Who wouldn't? I'm kidding. But yeah. Yeah. This is my crush. Let me show you my crush. I would kiss this guy with a heartbeat. I would kiss his feet. This guy is, well, not his look as much as his voice and his music. He's my favorite guy ever. I'm like, oh, let me touch you. Yeah. I can see when a man is good looking, but men don't attract me. Women, oh yeah, they smell like perfume. Oh, oh my God, you should meet me on my period. There's nothing perfume about it, but yeah. Yeah. I do believe that body odor though is very hot. I think body odor is very hot in both sexes. Like not like if you haven't showered in weeks, but like or even a week. I think like it's like 2, 3 days is like the prime, like, endorphins and like, other smells. I think it's hot, yeah. Um, I think both are hot in their own ways. One of my last friends started off a house guest and slowly moved herself in one outfit at a time. Oh, cute, super cute. I love it when two people live together and they don't have anything going on, and then they like start attracting to each other. It's really cute. That was one of my relationships in the past, but I do have to say it can be really troubling too. If you're not in alignment with the person, right? What made me leave my religion? A lot of things. Hypocrisy mostly. No, I'm not, but I'm not religious. I'm not atheist, but I'm not religious. What is wrong with arranged marriage if it's consensual? Nothing's wrong with it if it's consensual, but a lot of times it's not. Majority of the time it's not. Let's just put it this way, okay? In my culture, women are forced into it more than they are actually consenting to it. And arranged marriage is like, getting a box of chocolate and then closing your eyes and grabbing one and just putting it in your mouth. You don't know what you're going to get. I prefer getting to know the person, living with them, getting to know their behavior, understanding them before you walk into marriage and then you're surprised with a fucking, you know, big dick in your face. um, have I had to deal with jealousy drama in my polyamorous relationship? Totally. Totally. And I'll tell you this, I had to deal with my own jealousy more than I had to deal. No, no, sorry. So before I was in monogamous relationships, most of my relationships before in the past were monogamous, and I had to deal with jealous men. And I realized I didn't like that because I didn't want to be a jealous person. I didn't like what it felt like to be a jealous person. I didn't enjoy being possessive towards my man. I really didn't, because I found it hot when my man looked at other women. It turns me on, mentally and emotionally and physically. I'm like, ooh, nice. He's hot. He thinks for another woman, and another woman is thinking of him and is flirting with him. That to me was something that attracted me. So looking at it in a different way, having to be jealous in a monogamous relationship was not a character of mine. And I didn't like it when men were like that towards me. So I realized at that point, oh, okay, I must be polyamorous. I'm definitely not monogamous at that point. Um, yeah, but I think jealousy is a normal emotion. So the idea of erasing memories is bad. Thank you. I don't think it's bad, but I don't think trying to erase it is like playing a game, playing a manipulative game onto your brain, because your brain knows what you're trying to do, right? Your memory remembers what you're trying to do. When you're actively trying to change the way you feel for another person, it's like going against yourself. You're in a conflict, and what happens in a conflict, you fragment yourself. You become two people, and instead of just accepting, I love that person, I'm just going to think of them, it's okay that I'm going to think of them. For me, it's a better approach than being like, you got to forget, no, I can't forget, no, you got to forget, no, I can't forget. Does that make sense? That's a conflict of two personalities. That's what grief is. Grief is having conflicting emotions and fighting with those emotions instead of accepting that you are going to feel conflicting emotions. Respect to you, though. Thank you. Napoleon Bonaparte wrote to his wife telling her it wouldn't be better if you didn't shower. It would be better if you didn't shower, as he was conquering some nation. Oh, hot. Hot. Someone does not smell good to me. I know I can't be with them, even when they look hot. Cigarettes ruin everything. Oh, I actually had a kink for cigarettes. I love the smell of smoke on the lips and the nose. Oh my God. Oh my God, that's a kink of mine. Here is just blood. No, it's not just the blood, right? It's not just the blood that's smelling. The whole hormones in the body like my sweat smells different when I'm close to my period. It depends on the food and the diet that you eat for sure. Too, your smell gets affected that way. You should watch the movie Perfume. You guys, you should watch the movie Perfume. You should definitely watch the movie Perfume. Oh my fucking God. It's one of the hottest, most like romantic
and sexy and like cool movies I've ever watched in my life. The last scene where there's like a beautiful orgy scene at the end of it, I think you all would love it. Women's neck still smells amazing. Yeah, yeah, totally. But no, I think during the bleeding, like I said, my body's sweat smells different. I don't enjoy it the same way. My partner doesn't really care. He's like, "You smell fine. You smell good." Um, he was a romantic cute. I wish I had a bi girlfriend who was cool with being attracted to others. Yeah, they're there. They're out there. There are a minority though. They are a bit of a minority. I know that my way of thinking is slightly odd. Like most of the men that I was with could not fully understand that I wasn't jealous. Like they were like, "What? You're not jealous? The fuck? Like that makes no sense." Or that I was attracted to them looking at another woman. I see that a little less common. Viewing it differently, not forgetting. Yeah, cool. Exclusively attracted to femininity in the female form. Sometimes I wish I had a wider variety of tastes. Might make things more interesting. I get you. Yeah, it can, but it's not always the case, right? People are allowed to have their preferences. They're allowed to have their preferences. I used to be exclusively attracted to women. Actually, I started my life being more of on the lesbian side of things. My first Okay, my first love was a boy, then he died. Um, and then I fell in love with a woman after that, and that was the longest love relationship I've ever had. I still actually have a relationship with this woman. We don't live in the same country, but I still love her. I've wrote books and books about her, and that's how I started my life to begin with. So maybe that actually made me more acceptable to like being open that way in relationships with men. But I am more attracted to men, I do have to say. Like I like their bodies better. I don't know. I only like no, I like women's body in general. I find them very beautiful and attractive. But I don't know. There's something about men that is just like not replaceable. Maybe it's a dig. um Yeah, the smell after sweat is good. Hi, Stendroid. Hi, friend. Used to smoke cigarettes. I've met multiple women who thought it was hot. I'm glad I quit. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, it's good that you quit. It's really good that you quit. I don't like it the same way I used to before. It smells good to me. Yeah, yeah, I get you. They won't get pregnant. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Struggling with identity crisis. I can't accept myself. I don't want to seek help from anyone. So how can I solve it? Seeking help might be the actual thing that can help you. The things that you avoid are usually the things that you actually need to work on. So if you say, I really don't want to reach out for help, that is probably what you need to work on. That is probably where you need to start. Okay. Accepting yourself can be done on your own, but it's a lot more helpful when you are seeing yourself in the eyes of another. Okay. That's what helped me. I couldn't just accept myself by knowing myself fully. I needed to be seen by another and accepted by another for me to actually reciprocate that love to myself. Okay, the beginning of it. You do need to heal your traumas and your problems first. You do need to work on yourself, or not first, I want to say, alongside that experience. Um, do you want to tell me what is it about yourself that you cannot accept? Women are divine, so are men. So are men. Men are divine too. Majority of the people believe that they need to get married at a growing age, making them their own family. Yeah, I think that conditioning is not the greatest. It's more harmful, and the idea of having a one person, the one, looking for the one in your life can be really harmful of an idea. A lot of people spend their whole life trying to find that kind of love and, putting it on such high standards and high like expectations that ends up ruining them for the most part. Well, why do you not? What would you even mean? Sometimes save my relationship by saying the lyrics of some song. A reason for me to change who I used to be. The reason to start all over, and the reason is you. Oh, yeah, I love that. Do I consider myself somewhat bisexual? I am. Not somewhat. I'm more attracted to men, but I am. Oh, hi, I'm 15. Hi, friend. I think half of the women are bi prior to age 30. I have researched this and I have websites confirmed it. I can't say that I know that because I'll tell you this. 70% of the women that I know in my life are not bisexual. 70% of the women that I know in my life are straight. It was only like maybe 3 or 4 women that I met in my life that were bisexual. See, this is exactly the part. This is exactly the part that throws you off. What a bizarre looking organ. I can only tolerate my own. Don't need more dicks. Yeah, I totally understand that. And I'll tell you this, for me, it's the same thing. I don't really like how vaginas look like. So I can relate to you that in that sentence. It's understandable because it's like, and it's the thing that we hide the most, like our genitals, right? It's the thing that we put the most kind of suppression on it, which I disagree with to begin with. So it makes sense that you're not familiar with it, that repels you, right? Menopause is attractive? Yeah, I would think so too. Oh my God, I can't fucking wait to get to that point, dude. And not be like having a pregnancy scare every once in a while. Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to have kids too, so I'm like, all right, let's just have free sex. Oh, I'm glad. Yeah, this could be an educational space. Not even clear that ancient humans were monogamous. If anything, males of the tribe, I might have fathered children from multiple women. Yes, I think so too. I think monogamy came to stop people from having too much sex, like outside of the relationships. Hope of finding the one is fun. I think so too. I think it's a beautiful process to want to find the one, but it can be a really painful and hopeless to a lot of people. Yeah. Oh, Candyman, Habibi. Habibi, I love you so much, ya Albi. I think you're loved everywhere, Habibi. If you're still in the chat, I don't know if you're still in the chat. You're loved everywhere, Habib Albi Inta. Habibi, everyone loves you. It's not possible not to love you, Habibi. All the way to the teens and 20s? Yeah, like the women that I'm talking about are my age and older, and most of them were straight. Most of these women were straight, yeah. You want public nudity to be legal? Yeah, fuck yeah. I would love that. I think it should be a personal freedom. I like clothings because they have style and they're nice, you know. I like certain clothings because they make me feel a certain way, but I think public nudity should be a freedom for everybody. Yeah, Habibi, Habibi Mike, Handyman. Habibi means my love. I've only seen maybe 4 of my streams and love your openness and everything, eh? Grass is definitely shaped well. Rounded human, thank you. Oh, maybe later. You're so sweet. I appreciate that love. I don't mind seeing them. I just don't want to have them near me. I come from a culture where nudity is quite accepted. Okay, cool. See, that's a very different perspective. In my culture, nudity is very unaccepted. It's very like, you know, you should never, blah, blah, blah. I think that can create harmful mindset towards another human being. And it also makes pornography to be a lot more desirable by people rather than if they were open about it and they were okay with it. Now, I do have to say, like I went to a nude beach one time, and the amount of nudity there was interesting. It was very new to me. I hadn't actually experienced that before. I've never been to a nude beach before. So it was kind of like, it was like, whoa, like so many dicks around. Holy shit, you know? It was something that was slightly bizarre in the beginning of it because I was not used to it. But the more I was there, the more times I went, the more I was like, oh, all right, nice. You know, I was excited to be in that of space. It started to become just a natural part of the body, you know. The fact that we specifically cover our genitals like very like possessively is the thing that makes them more of a taboo, right? And taboos are desired usually, you know. You a lot of people desire what they can't have or what they can't see or what's hidden in the dark. That's why I think cheating starts from a dark place. If you are honest with your partner and if you say, I love everybody, or I'm attracted to other women, or I'm attracted to other men, I believe that from that place, there would never be cheating. We would never cheat on each other if we were that honest and clear with each other. Sorry, that was a little bit of a ramble. Kind of uncivilized. What's uncivilized? Is there anything wrong with consensual polyamory? There can be wrong things with every relationship. That depends on the kind of relationship that you have with a person. If you are clear and open and actually honest, there wouldn't be anything wrong with it if it's consensual, as long as it's consensual between the two. Habibi, my beloved, yeah. Yeah, I know. That was my brother in the chat. I don't know where he went. I don't know if he's around still, but yeah. That was my baby brother. Give me a beer, good music, a bonfire, and cloudless night skies. Better than a woman. Hey! Fuck that. I do have to say that does sound fun, but I would like it with another person beside me. I'm definitely not a loner. I do love my autonomy though. I love my alone time, but I'm definitely not a loner. Like I thrive in communities. Reproduction is necessary. You don't think, and also in my opinion, I would love to have a mini version of me. That's cute. That's cute. If you want that, I don't think so. Okay, I don't think that reproduction is necessary. I think that it's a natural instinct, but it's not for everybody. Not everybody has that natural instinct, right? Some of us don't. Some of us are okay. Actually, excuse me. I was just discussing this with a friend yesterday, and I find it creepy. I actually find it creepy to see another version of me coming out of me, and then it's going to live far past me, and I'm going to be gone, and that version of me is probably going to have its own babies and all that. I find that thought creepy. I actually do. We were discussing how we live on in the internet in those days, and how me being on a live stream now created like another version of me that you can access even when I die. It feels weird, right? When you think about it, oh, you're going to live after you've died. For me, it feels really weird, even weirder to live through another human being. That's my experience, right? Everybody has a completely total experience about what they feel like about reprocreation, right? Oh, bye, Hamid. Sorry, I don't know if I saw you. I don't accept my human side. I feel more spiritual, but my main problems are family and society. They don't accept me at all. They always attack me. How do they attack you? And I'll ask you something. You're not just a human, right? But you're not just a spirit. You are both. You have to acknowledge that you are both before you can accept them. If you think you are only a spirit, you neglect the body, right? But the body needs to feed, it needs to eat, it needs, emotions to work and to function. If you neglect one side for the other, you are out of balance, right? How can you gain that balance? You start showing love and care to both of these sides. So, for example, if you value your spirituality, the spirit that is in you, you recognize that the spirit is also the body. And for you to love the spirit, for you to love the body, for you to love the spirit, you must love the body. They're connected totally with each other. And if you don't love the body, if you don't appreciate who you are, the reality around you will reflect that back to you. So, for example, like you said, people will attack you. People will treat you a certain way because you have not accepted yourself, ultimately. Once you've accepted yourself, people attacking you doesn't harm you or hurt you or touches you at all. Let's have a child? Okay, cool. Until I reach a very stable, that's what I think is very wise. I think it's a very, very wise decision to not be selfish that way. Totally. That's awesome. In India, many men feel that marriage can become difficult if serious misunderstandings arise as legal disputes over alimony and property. Yeah, you guys have a really complicated social system in general. The East does. I know mine does. That can be a really challenge because roles are really assigned by society of men, what men are supposed to do and what women are supposed to do. If you feel like you don't think the same way, you should probably find a person, and only a person that thinks like you, or not be in a relationship That's a better way of thinking. For me, it was not possible for me to be with a guy from the East or from my country who thought the same way. Some people thought differently, like I do, right? Some people had like more of an open mind than the guys that I've dated in my culture. And only those I was actually able to like maintain somewhat of a successful relationship. Sorry, am I missing a lot? Oh my gosh, I'm missing a lot. Sorry, you guys. I'll read quickly. To go through the nudist phase, I wanted one, but never thought of it. With it, I went through the nudist phase. I wanted to be one, but never thought about. Went through with it. Cool, yeah. I love nudity. I believe I'm a nudist, but it doesn't mean like I'm just. Somebody actually came on YouTube the other day and they're like, "You're a nudist, right?" Because I have that on my Instagram. They're like, "You're a nudist, right?" Then flash us. I'm like, that's not what it means. Find the right person who really can accept that, which it is rare. Unfortunately, that is the thing, and I would rather be alone at that point. We human are so judgmental of so many gods manifestations, right? Yeah, we're judgmental of like certain parts of the body. Reduction is necessary to scale. Humans collectively need to produce. Doesn't mean every human should. Yes, I don't think every human should. There are a lot of people that I think like, yeah, Peter's wise. Finding babies creepy is crazy. No, it's not. You know, finding babies cute is creepy to me. Objectively is yes. I think being a pedophile is wrong because you do coerce someone else's will. I do objectively believe that is wrong. Now, what is the reason that made them that way? I can understand it. I don't make an excuse out of it. I don't empathize with it either, but I understand it intellectually that sometimes people have been brought a certain way and it made them quote unquote evil or made them feel turned on by, things that are wrong. No, not I didn't mean to air quote it, but these things to me are wrong. It's wrong to push your will over someone else's will. Okay? But I can understand why people do it. I can understand the behavior behind it. Reflection is not the only way to leave legacy. Yeah, totally. Yeah, a lot of people think that is the only way. I think writing a book is a better way of actually living on. You drink wine, so that's okay. As long as you're not harming yourself. Anything that is developed in our conception, those are so unsustainable. Right. Yeah, it's best for some people to not have kids. I think so too. Want to be limited edition? I want to be limited edition. Yes. Yeah. It's a question. If it doesn't lead to more harm, such as birth. Sorry. What was that? No, that's okay. I'm okay with the question. I'm okay with the question. When else the That's funny. People are trying, having problems solving, aren't you? Oh, you're talking to Peter. Destroys people, therefore they can get to be people. Don't quite understand. Okay, cool. You don't have to. The question was directed at me. That's okay. You can discuss it with the person if you want, but Of course, Davidson. You're welcome. No, stop. Yeah, I don't know. In ancient Persia, when they wanted to make a decision, they would get drunk. Nice. They didn't make a lot of really good decisions. Okay, look. This can be a sensitive topic for a lot of people. I can understand. Okay. I didn't know you had a daughter, John. That can be a really sensitive topic. I don't, yeah, I believe they deserve dignity and protection for sure, totally. And you shouldn't breed children if you can't give them that. Um, why? But I don't know why, but nudity seems so uncivilized. Oh, that's okay. Animalistic, sure. You can think that's what it is, totally. I know some people think that civilization means putting on clothes. I don't think so. I think putting on clothes is also another form of masking our identity in some ways. It can be civilized, it does protect you from certain elements, but it's not exactly black and white. Uh Right. First of all, yeah, John was responding to another person, but you don't have to respond, my friend, unless you want to. But if this triggers you, I wouldn't have that chat. Okay. He's asking objectively because we've discussed this before that there's no objective right or wrong. Okay. And I agree with that. I think in reality, we can think at something and say, oh, that's totally wrong. But if we looked at the reasons behind it, sometimes it's a bigger of a problem than the action that we're perceiving right now in front of our eyes. Okay. Now, again, I don't think that putting coercing someone else's will or putting yourself over their will is accurate by any mean. Okay. But when I think of it from a much higher perspective, I do believe that we both have purpose. Both in that equation have a purpose. Okay. The pedophile and the child who's being assaulted. And I was one of those children, by the way. I was one of those children. It happened to me multiple times as a child. And I don't think of it the same way as I used to when I was a kid. Not that I think it's a right thing to do, nor that it's objectively wrong. I think that there is harm in it and absolutely wrongdoing in it. But when I look at the reasons behind it, I can understand it. I can't excuse it. Okay. I can't excuse it. I can't say, oh, that makes it right. No, not at all. Not even a little bit. But I can understand what led a person to be that way. Okay. And I'll stand for that for the rest of my life. I don't really care if that makes people hate me or disagree with me. You are allowed to think what's right and what's wrong for you. If I saw that in front of me, I would definitely do something about it. It would definitely be a black and white kind of situation, whether it was my child or someone else's child. If I see that, I'm never going to stand for it. And I saw it a lot in our society. Okay. In Eastern society and in our culture, it happens very often. And it happens very often too that it happens in marriages under a marriage certificate, under parents' approval, where they literally give a 12-year-old or a 14-year-old to a guy who is like 3 times her age, right? And they've accepted that socially, that that's okay. Okay. Do I think that that's wrong? Totally. Do I think a lot of people have agreed upon it and they let it be and it's acceptable in their culture? That's also totally accurate. We can sit here and be like, no, that's wrong forever. We can actually sit here and bash that forever, but we can't actually stop it from happening because there is a reason behind it. If we don't solve the reason behind it, you can never really create a different result in the future. Okay? This is my perspective on the matter. You can believe whatever you want to believe. You are allowed to believe whatever you want, and you're allowed to be as hurt by it as you want to be. But I don't think that there is some emotion. There's some sort of use to that children, or for not even like sometimes they're kind of adults almost. They're on the adult side, and it's still considered pedophilia because they're still not fully aware or actually grown up in the mind to say no or yes, or to have that kind of like line. But it's like addiction. Can you say addiction is bad? You can say that the misuse of drugs is bad, but in reality, the things that causes that is the problem. It's the fundamental issue in society. And I think, my perspective, the fundamental issue in pedophilia is the sexual suppression in general in our societies. In general, we are sexually suppressed. We've, for a long time, made that emotion a taboo. And that has a lot to do with the fact that we put on clothes and we've masked ourselves instead of being animals into civilized human beings. When in reality, we are not very civilized. We're not very far from animals. We have come far, but the more we suppress, and I'm not saying like civilizing or like actually working with our animalistic natures, the more we suppress those animalistic nature, the more they come out like a weed in a very different way and a more aggressive kind of way. So I think the solve of the problem starts from behind the act, not the act itself. Okay, I want to leave this topic, but I really wanted to, specifically as a person who was, you know, molested or sexually assaulted as a child and as an adult too. I tell you, okay, I don't think it's right or wrong, but I don't think it's right and I don't think it's wrong. I think there are reasons behind it and we can solve those reasons. It's a very sensitive topic and it's really hard to talk about it, specifically in this time of age where this is very common in the world around us. Clothing is a mask. I think so too. Absolutely not. Completely understand. That's okay. Yeah, you can be upset. I'm not saying that you shouldn't be. I'm just saying, yeah. Anyways, you can feel however you want to feel. I'm sharing my thoughts with you. That's it. If you can describe in few keywords for you, what does it make a relationship work? For me, what makes a relationship work is, if I want to put them in like a very specific words, I would say very open and clear communication, no fear of discussing anything, and no judgment towards discussing anything, being fully, completely open to communicate everything, respect to your opinion and the other person's opinion, compromise, be willing to work with the other person, be in the face of conflict and accepting that it's okay to disagree on certain things and it's okay to agree, like it's important to agree on certain things and it's okay to disagree with other things. And the last thing I would say is, of course, love, definitely. Yeah, I should have put that in the beginning, but it sounds cheesy when we say love makes every relationship work, because it doesn't. Like, underneath love, there's a lot of things that has to fall into the correct place for that to work. Oh, taco breaks, nice. I've never really had tacos. Respect that everyone has their own beliefs, but I was traumatized by the amount of hate and insult I received simply because I think differently. It made me value solitude more. It's not okay. I get that a lot. Most of my opinions are not accepted by people around me. Okay? Most of my opinions go against a lot of the teachings that I've been taught as a child, or a lot of things that I currently am dealing in. And people don't get to insult you for having a different opinion. They don't get to insult you. They don't get to, unless you are harmful, unless you're harming them actively with your words and your opinion, they don't get to do that to you. They should immediately drop out of your eyes. They should immediately drop out of your sight and not value their opinion at all. Okay? If they can't respect that you are allowed to have your own opinion, as long as it's not harming someone else, okay? If they're not willing to accept that, they're not worth keeping. They're not even worth taking their opinion onto yourself. It's not worth it. It's up to you if you want to isolate yourself and never have to deal with these situations, but that doesn't grow your muscles. You know, it doesn't make the muscle stronger. It makes the muscle actually shrink, and it makes you in some ways weaker, you know, which is okay. Nothing is wrong with that if it's your choice, if that's what you want. For me, I like strength. I like being strong. I like things not affecting me the same way that they used to affect me before. So I come to new understandings with them and I change with them. Uh, I I can kind of agree with you slightly there. I'm 15. The thing is, if we agreed that we need evil as much as we need good in this reality, and I believe on this earth we live in duality, and duality serves a purpose, which means the evil serves a purpose as good. Okay? So I'm not here to fight them. I'm not here to filter them. I'm only here to understand. You can separate your preferences. You can choose, oh, okay, a person who's going to be a killer is not a person I want in my house. You can choose that totally. But if you are going out of your way to be like, well, fuck those people, blah 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 blah, this is what we got to do, we got to dismantle them. I understand it. I understand that too, but I don't think that that's very helpful. It's more helpful if you find why it makes them that way and you solve the problem from the roots of it fundamentally. Seeking a relationship, I got a lot of clarity. Oh, you're welcome. Oh, thank you. I don't have that much knowledge about relationships, but I can share my own experiences with you. Thank you, Davidson. I'm glad we can bounce this out. That's okay. Maybe later. That's all right. You can think whatever you want to think. If you're out, it's okay. We're part of the. I don't know what that means. We've come far in terms of defining childhood as something that requires legal protection. Scarily new concept. Child labor and child marriage were normal for millennials across cultures. Isn't that crazy? That is crazy. Like when you think about it, and still this is constantly happens in a lot of places in the world where children get married, and sometimes to adults, right? So the definitions have not actually come clear, not to all of us, not to all of us. Some of us still think that no, so it's okay if you marry as a young age, it's actually better for you. Some people still think that way, right? And I'm not the judge of it. I can say what I think is true for me, but I can't say what is true for everybody. It's happened in the Bible. It happens in the Bible. Yeah, it happens in the Bible. It happened in the Bible in many, many stories. It's a little scary if you think about it. But then again, it happens in the Quran. It happens in the Torah and in the two Testaments and the Quran. It kind of like doesn't really set a very clear standards on that. Then it will be the hardest part, because if the man gets divorced, then the man has to give his wife house or dreams. That's not what polyamory is. You mean monogamy? Yeah, I mean when they get divorced, that's what happens here in the culture too, or they split their assets. I don't think. Yeah, that's why one of the biggest reasons why I think marriage is like it's a weird constitution. It's constitution. I forgot what it was called, but yeah. Money does play a role in a relationship, yeah, for sure. Do I believe in transmanismatic mushroom stone ape theory or human origin? I can't say that I'm familiar with it. I know of him. I've heard of some of his talks, but I can't say that I know his. If you want to tell me a bit more about the ape theory, not to mention the insects that murder their partners after sex or eat their newborns. Needless to say, all of our moral system are social constructs, but they're often extremely valuable. I agree with you. I think there's a lot of value in them. There's also a lot of harm that has been done throughout centuries. That's why we need to redefine all of our moral system in general. Let's hear that money isn't the main. It's not the main role, but it's very important. Money it does make a big difference in relationships. When it makes a lot of differences in your own life in general. When you are struggling to survive constantly, it's a very different conversation than when you're in a comfortable place, you know? When you're in a comfortable place, you can focus on a relationship a lot more than if you are struggling to get by. Yeah, I think so. How do you deal with the routine? Because it's driving me crazy. I don't have time to change it due to work. Oh, I can't deal with routine. I'm a person who goes crazy when I if I repeat the same things over and over, it can be really exhausting. I like to add new things to my routine on a daily basis. Um, like if I sat in this room today, then I'm gonna want to sit in another room. Or like if I ate a certain food today, then I'm gonna cook something different tomorrow, or even add a different taste to it. I'm not the right person to ask that question. I really hate routine. Hormone textile relies on rare earth materials that are often mined by children. Exactly. My phone fucking battery is that's exactly where it was mined. Like that's one of the main things too that I notice that we really tend to neglect is like we fight one thing, but in reality there are a lot of other things that we have allowed and accepted and encouraged as a society to continue to be done on children. Cocoa, palm oil. What did I hear? I heard the other day cashews. Cashews are made in like a really harmful way to like women who open them up like their hands get ripped. Yeah, crazy. Coffee. Yeah, coffee. All of it is linked to human trafficking and child labor. It's fucking crazy, right? It's really crazy. It's not the main role, no, I don't think so, but yeah. Sorry, am I missing a lot? No, I'm not missing a lot. I'm here. Hi, Reality Israel. What do you do when your girl tries to emasculate you in front of your friends and family? Explain emasculate. Explain what do you mean by she emasculated you? These issues have been hidden from us in the Western world, but they are present nonetheless and embedded in our way of life. Yeah, exactly. And most people, you know, bat an eye over it. Most people turn their head and they don't want to look at it. Yeah, unfortunately. Cool, you guys. Yeah, child labor still happens, and we all support it. Ever watch a movie with a child in it? Yeah, there you go. There you go. Exactly. Because of convenience, totally. Yeah. Try to consume as little as possible. My phone is almost a decade old. Nice. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Part of the system. Unfortunately, yes. I go to a grocery store too. Using my laptop, yeah. I never buy anything new. In reality, I never buy anything new. Like never. The only things I buy new are art supplies, and those are probably also made in a way that's harmful to the planet and to other people. So, like I said, and I've said this multiple times, I know I'm a hypocrite. You know, I know I can be a hypocrite. I can stand for one thing, but then the other thing, you know, everything that I do in reality has a positive aspect to it and a negative aspect to it, and a lot of the times I refuse to acknowledge the negative because it's too much or too harmful. Like I'm like scared of actually acknowledging it. But in reality, you know, if you actually want to be an aware person, you better open up your eye and actually look at both sides. That's why you have this eye and then you have this eye. You can't just look from one side and be like, no, all good in there, all good in there. You know, open it up, look at both sides, and actually notice what you are doing and what you're not. What are you contributing to and what not? Are you contributing to consumerism? Are you contributing to, like, for example, I never buy anything that needs batteries. I have my partner actually bought chargeable batteries that you just, you know, use it and then you recharge it and you put it in a box and you recharge it. And that's it. You don't keep on consuming things that will ultimately or that is constantly harming other people or harming the planet that you're on. And sweep out pollution under the rug, out of the sight, out of mind. Exactly. Whatever makes the elite richer, yeah. Unfortunately, we've assigned that to them, but we could change that. Thrifting is a great way, yes. Sorry. Yeah, I love thrifting. I never bought, like the only piece of clothing I ever bought that was new was a winter coat. I always buy used things, you know, but I drink coffee, for example. I never consume plastic. I never buy plastic bottles, but I buy a coffee every once in a while. You know, every time that we go to shopping and stuff, I'll buy a coffee. I think some of us are higher consumers and some of us are less consumers, but I feel like it's very important that you keep awareness, you know, keep growing your awareness, and actually taking action towards it is very important. You know, like I was a vegetarian for a long time. I really hate what has been done onto animals, but I still consume meat. I still consume chicken. You know, I don't consume it in the rates that I used to. I'm a lot more mindful of it at this point, and I'm at a balanced point of view. But I still do. I still do, and a lot of us are not willing to give up on our luxuries in life. Why would I care? I would only care about what gives me more benefit. True. Yeah. True. Yeah, of course. But if you are the consumer, you can choose how to work with that. Oh, okay, Davidson. Sorry, love. I don't know if I caught you. Have a good day. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Consumerism, yeah. It's impossible to be in a net zero or net positive. Unfortunately, that's a really sad thing. It's a reality that I've come to accept, and some days I accept it less than other days. But you know, we're all hypocrites. We're all hypocrites. Hassan Isa, Ethereum Epithus YouTuber. No, I don't. Hassan Isa. I don't know him. But you can do your part and be better and better. Yes. Yeah. Yes. That's a very conscious sentence. You might never be able to be at a net zero, but you can at least try to contribute and be conscious as much as you can. My grandma is suddenly passed. Oh, you inherited her house? I'm in the process of going through her old things. She was chronic overconsumer. Oh my gosh, tell me about it. People who lived in oh my gosh, Peter, that's so cute. There you go. There, that was quick enough. That's so cute. Thank you for that. I appreciate that super chat. That was really cute. Oh my gosh. For the toes. That was the first and the last. Oh my gosh. Nobody's asking for the boobs. Everybody wants to see the toes. You have stuff defines me in a person. It's part of who I am, really. I cannot stop it. And you can't stop yourself. I think that sentence in itself is harmful, because what do you tell yourself, you become. You know, in my opinion, the things that you tell yourself constantly, you become. So if you say, I cannot change myself, you cannot change yourself. If you say, I'm constantly changing, you're constantly changing. If you say, I'm never going to change who I am, you're never going to change who you are. What you say is a prophecy fulfilled. That's why it's called spelling, right? You're throwing a spell in the air. And it's up to you to throw whatever spell that you want, right? Living in big cities actually means less carbon footprint on average than living rurally. Yeah, ironically, because you feel closer to nature, living in forests, etc. I know. Yeah, technically, well, I can't say that I know exactly for a fact what that is, okay? But I do think that sometimes living in the city can be in some ways like lowering the damage on the planet, but I can't say that I know for a fact. I live in the country, and I wouldn't replace it. I wouldn't replace it, even if that makes me a selfish person, even if that makes me, you know, whatever, self-absorbed, even if I know that that's harming the earth more, I would never go back to living in the city again, you know? And there's one more spelling that I'm literally saying to you right now. It's like, do you really want to change yourself? Do you want to or not? Oh, you wet toes. She undermines your contribution to the family and compares me to one of my friends in front of our guests. And when I tell her that hurt me, she ignores me. Oh, that doesn't sound like a person that's worth staying with. I would separate yourself completely. I would separate yourself completely and be like, I've told you multiple times that this hurts, specifically in those words. Like if you've said to someone that what they're doing is hurting you and they're actively continuing on doing it, that's evil. To me, that's what evil is. So if you've said that multiple times and you've clarified that with her and you drew a boundary and she's not respecting that boundary, she's not worth staying with. Cities can be green, yeah. I find it lonely, to be honest. Ironically enough, I actually find cities to feel more lonely. When I lived in a city, I was literally just one tiny little speck of dust in a building that had like fucking hundreds of people in it. I found it lonely. It's not about the green as much for me as it is like about the actual like I now know that I live alone and I prefer it that way rather than be living in a whole building where people barely interact with each other and in a city where people literally just like walk to the next and they barely even acknowledge each other. Maybe smaller cities I what I'm is what I'm meant to live in. Uh Sometimes at the precedence, I can't spell it or say it correctly. We can change. Sometimes at the principal, at the present. I don't know what the word that you meant to say either. Uh, okay. It's a movie with John Wick. Okay. Don't know his real name. I think what was his name? Keanu Reeves, wasn't it? I think we can change, but yeah. Romanticizing this idea of pristine or completely untouched nature ignores the fact that the nature has been cultivated by human society or tens of thousands of years. Yeah. Yeah, no, believe me, just living in nature is actually creepy. Like I'm one of those people that I don't like camping, for example. I like the fact that we built shelters and that we have our own like spaces and stuff. But because I come from a smaller community, people are living melding into each other a lot more than they do in bigger cities. And for me that was lonely. Live within nature, not segregate ourselves from it and claim it needs to stay untouched. I don't think it should be untouched, and I don't think it should be very like horrifyingly uh, cut off. You know what I mean? I think a good balance is like allow the nature to still be in around, and but also um, like exist with it, but also use it. If that makes sense. Some of them should be left, yes, and some of them needs to be interacted with for sure, for sure. Totally agree with you. Um, that's it. I just love breathing cigarette days there. No, jokes aside, I think industrialization should grow and evolve to the point that harm is minimized. I think so too. That would be ideal. That would be the most ideal situation where we still can live in cities, but we don't do as much harm as we do. Ideally, yes. A lot of indigenous knowledge has been suppressed in terms of cultivating our nature environment. Yes, yeah. And I do have to say, like, this has also been brought up to me where, we also romanticize the past ways of living, but we forget sometimes that even people who existed on the planet in the early ages were still also in some ways harmful sometimes, right? They also still cause some sort of damage. They weren't always respectful, not as on an individual level, right? Not all individual humans were respectful of nature or showed it respect or actually grew with it the way that we would want them to. Interesting. Why am I getting a call right now? Yikes, grass. Ew. Yummy concrete. Dude, that was weird. Funny. We need to change the way we do agriculture. Yes, yeah. Oh, I definitely agree with that for sure. Yeah, the way that we feed animals, the way that yes, yes, yeah, totally. Yeah. Forestry is the future. I don't know if I know what that means. Let me look it up. That's an interesting word. Uh, oh, how the fuck did you spell that? Agro. Ah, fuck. Forestry. Interesting. Fuck, I spelled it wrong. Oh, it's an actual fucking word. الحراجة الزراعية. Right, like the way they did it, like old school kind of vibe. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, I think I understand what you're talking about. It is still being done in certain places in the world. I feel like industrialization has happened a lot more in the West than it has in the East. The day the Earth stood still, it was Jennifer Connelly. That word, I can't say or spell. I Are you making a reference to the movie, Peter? Because I've never watched the movie. Sorry, I don't know who Jennifer Connelly is. I mean, nature isn't that merciful either. No, it's not. No, it's not. If you see like there are a lot of animals that the way they like mate is fucking horrific, dude. There's a lot of myth around ancient culture being so much wiser than us. They made mistakes, learned through trial and error. Totally, totally. Oh, hi. Hello, friend. I appreciate that comment. I'm definitely not the best looking, but thank you. The real mozzarella. Um, yeah, you can produce cash crops while also planting for nuts and timber. Cool. Okay, cool. It's an old technique still practiced in small scale farms. Yeah, cool, cool. No more greenery. Fuck off. Fuck off, M15. It's okay. I'll figure it out. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I can't can't really help you. I don't know. I'm not familiar with the quote that you were talking about. But yeah. Anyways. Oh, no way. Cool. That's really cool. What do you do for a living? No, it's okay. You don't have to it's the chat is quiet, so I'm happy to have this kind of conversation. I don't mind it. Definitely are. No fakeness, just natural. No, yeah, I mean like there's a lot of fakeness. I have makeup on, by the way. I have mascara on, just so you know. But maybe it's more real to you. That's okay. Yes, to more greenery. Yes. Get out of here, M15. It's okay. I'm an industrial nerd. Oh, okay. You think we can be friends? That's so cute. Oh my gosh, you guys are like the opposite of each other, basically. Well, in some ways, I guess. In some ways, right? Yeah. Yeah, man. Let's see. Oh, it's 8:30. Okay. Maybe I'm gonna go eat at this point. Maybe I'll go eat today. Or today, I mean like now. Soonish. Mm. Maybe you can create a perfect green city. Yeah. Oh, dude. Would you say you are authentic? Or do you put on an act? And if you do, how do you not get immersed and forget who you are? I do believe I put on an act, and I'll tell you why. Because when I'm on my own, I'm very quiet, right? So technically, every emotion that you experience is somewhat of an act that you put on. Is it authentic? Is it real? Yes, it is. But is it who I am? Probably not. You know, like I'm not a happy person, or am I sad? Right? But if someone says something that's sad to me, I'm gonna feel it in that moment, and my most authentic self is going to be sad with you. If you're experiencing something that's sad, let's say, or if you're experiencing something that's happy, then my happy self is gonna jump in and join on the party with you. Is that authentic? That's the question. Is like I don't believe that we have one true face to us. For me, I don't believe I am one person. I believe I'm many, many, many faces, many, many expressions, and not one of them is more real to me than the other. All of them are me, okay, but they come out in different timings, right? When I'm sad, I'm sad. When I'm happy, right? It's not. Yeah. What are you? Oh, yeah. I am an hour ahead. Sorry. I'm just kidding. Oh, cool. Your teacher. Nice. I love that. You're an hour ahead. I know. That's why I'm hungry. Um, Go hiking. Oh yeah. Sorry, I don't know if I answered your question. Reality is real. Let me know if it wasn't. If you will have more questions. Go hiking. That's cool. You should go too. All right. Yeah. Awesome. You guys. I'm about to turn off too. Um, despite you live like 2.5 hours. What? Are you talking to me or the other person? I'm farther, but yeah, we have this. It's only 1 hour. Yeah. Yeah. Um, yeah, no worries, you guys. No worries. If you have to go, I would do have to go get some food too soon. I'm happy that we chatted about this. This was an interesting conversation. We went from one place to another, to another, which is okay. It's totally fine. Um, but yeah, what was the last thing that we were talking about? I feel like I had a thought inside of my head. Oh, I see. I was responding to you. Yeah. uh, how do I cultivate that, like, practically? And by the way, you're true. Oh, thank you. Thank you, friend. You the egg pizza, dude. You the egg pizza. Um, Hilarious. Uh, reality is reality real. Um, I've learned about myself from journaling. Mostly journaling has made me realize that I am a lot of things rather than one thing or the other. Accumulating that kind of knowledge and reading over my journals, reading over my own words over and over and over has helped me realize that I'm not a one person. Has helped me realize that I have many aspects to my personality, and that this teaching is also taught in The Fourth Way. If you're ever interested, you can look it up. It's called The Fourth Way by George Gurdjieff, and he also speaks to his you know um, people or students about multiple eyes, having multiple I, like the I am. He also talks about that that there are multiple versions of you. You're not just one person, and try to make yourself as one person creates some form of psychosis in you because you start to neglect parts of yourself and you think of yourself like as a shadow or a demon, or that part of yourself like, oh, this is my shadow, this is my demon, and then you start bashing it with the other part of yourself. And so the fourth way talks about embracing that kind of being, embracing the fact that you're not a one entity, you're not a one person, you have many aspects to you, and the more you accept them, the more you are in unity with yourself, and the less mental and physical and psychological and spiritual problems you have in the world, and you become more aware in life in general. So I've learned those things more with myself when I was reading my own words, when I was actually watching myself in and out of relationships, for example, or dealing with people. But I learned it even more when I studied the fourth way teaching, which I'm still studying. I'm still very like in the beginning of it. But one of the main fundamental teachings is that you are multiple eyes. So yeah, that's my long rant and answer for you. Um, Come, let me take you to the kitchen. I might go start making the food at this point. I do have to check on my cats. Some of the cats did not come home yet. Let me see. The weather is so beautiful today. It was so nice. It was like the sun was actually out, but it wasn't too hot. It was still kind of like there was still a nice breeze. It was so nice. I was out like most of the day. Well, I went to work and then I was outside during work for a little while. It was really nice. Oh, oh, I appreciate that. Oh, I'm so glad that this is helpful for you. I could talk a little bit more about it. I I've been told a lot of times that I'm bipolar, and people are like, "No, you're crazy. You're psychotic. Like it's not. This is not possible. You're just not many." But yeah. I feel like people can't or need to grow more awareness around this very specific thing. So I might actually talk about it a little bit more. Leila, I see you, Leila. Psst, 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 psst. Come on. She's hiding in between the grass. She's so cute. She's like, I know you can't see me. All right, you guys. I think I'm gonna tune off at this point, unless you have something that you want to say to me or something that you want an answer on. Not that I have the answers for you, but sometimes that might be a little bit helpful. Some days I am a little bit more helpful than others. Let me see. What are you saying, John? Oh, cute. What happened? She's into it. I'm going to chase her for once. Sorry. Oh, nice. Okay. I can have someone to have a housewarming party with. Oh, yay. Oh, sweet. Oh, that sounds awesome. I want to put melted cheese on avocado. You heat up avocado? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not. Is that are you trolling me, or are you actually gonna do that? I think people have done that on toast, right? I think some people have done that on toast before. I think you can heat it, but I don't think it tastes the same though. It's like a fruit, so I would assume that it's gonna taste a bit different. I mostly have avocado in smoothies, so I wouldn't know if you actually can like eat it with food. In other words, no, I figured. That's hilarious. Oh, nice. That's good. God knows we all need that. You want to do that? Cool. Okay, yeah. The cheese with avocado, yeah. Interesting, to be honest. I've never tried that, so I can't really tell you. Yeah, the only times I actually have avocado is smoothies or guacamole. I love guacamole. Oh my gosh. Mmm. I really want guacamole now. I want a big giant burrito with like chunks of guacamole in it. Or some nachos and guacamole and sour cream. It's making me hungry now. I'm definitely hungry. Look at the Nono. Hi, Bubba. Hi, baby. How are you? You're so cute. How are you? Aww. Oh, you're so cute. You're so cute. How to melt the cheese and put it on? I would melt it on a piece of toast, maybe. Like, are you planning to eat it just on avocados? You saw food. Cute. Yeah, I saw what you did there. If you're gonna have it, depends on how you're gonna have it. If you're gonna have it on a toast, then I would melt the cheese on the toast and add the avocados. But if you're gonna have it on your own, I don't know. It would be weird. Yeah, that's a puzzle. I don't know why I'm getting a little bit of a sexual pun in there, because a lot of people actually, I don't know if they use the avocado specifically, but they use the melted cheese a lot. They use the melted cheese in like sexual puns a lot. I've noticed that on the internet. It's really funny. I'm like, huh? And then I realized later, I'm like, oh fuck, that was a sexual joke. Yeah. Sad. Yeah. Do it on the toast. Yeah, I think that would be cool. I think that would be really nice. Yeah, I know. People use food in all kinds of like weird contexts sometimes. And a lot of times I don't get the pun. I'm like, oh my god, you should see like some of my first lives. I think the first week at least of me doing lives, I was so fucking I was so naive. Still am in a lot of different ways, don't get me wrong. But, like, especially on the beginning of my live stream, I was like, "What?" I can't tolerate watching them at this point because 'cause I'm like, "Fuck, she was so gullible." And probably I'll look back on these days even and still think the same way, but, like, yeah, some of the things that people have said to me and I didn't get it, like, sometimes it was a joke or a sexual pun or something like that, I'm like, "What? I don't get it." And then I'm like, later on, like, sometimes days after, I'm like, "What the fuck?" Gullible. Gullible. I like that word, gullible. Yeah. Okay. I think I'm gonna go make food. I think I'm gonna make chicken burgers again. It's the easiest and laziest thing. I was gonna make chili today, but I didn't pull the beef out, so I pulled it out today. So maybe we'll make chilies tomorrow, and then maybe we'll make nachos after that. But yeah. Oh my God, no, it's great. It's great. It's great that it's great that there's not a lot of people. I've actually been on a live for like I think I started at like 3 or something like that. So I'm kind of glad it's been like 4 or 5 hours. I'm actually glad that it slowed down because I well sometimes when people are chatting still, I feel guilty to leave and I feel guilty for like not catching up with them. I do prefer these kind of lives where I'm actually able to like get a full sentence out rather than having to like rush through the conversations. It's actually nice, but yeah. Stalkers? Oh no. Yeah, I used to be a stalker. I definitely used to be a stalker in certain relationships, and I was, like, fighting the urge to stalk someone, like, not long ago. I was actually really kind of, like, going through it. I'm like, "I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it," and I almost did it, and I didn't. Eventually, I was like, "No, okay. I'm gonna control myself. I do not wanna be that person," but, you know, um, yeah, it can be a little. I don't know who you're talking about. Oh, the other person that was in the chat? They just, asked a few questions and they left, I guess. My channel goals, to be honest, I really haven't had, like, very specific goals. I it's growing as it's growing as it's happening, like, my goals are growing as it's happening. Like, the first goal was to get to 1,000, then the second goal was to get to monetization. I got to monetization. I actually forgot to share about that. I wanna share about it. But, yeah, the channel got monetized, so that was, like, the second kind of goal, and then, maybe the third goal would be whatever, 3,000, like, we're at 2,400 or something. So, the side that it's just keeps on growing. I have, like, small milestones that I'm constantly trying to reach, but I don't really have like a 10-year plan kind of thing or like 5-year plan kind of thing. Yeah. You got a phone call. Just started talking. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, I didn't notice what he was saying, to be honest. For me, he just asked a question and I wanted to answer the question because I do feel, that that topic does mean something to me. And maybe we'll make a longer, maybe we'll make a chat about it and actually discuss it with people. I feel like that would be a little bit of a hot topic and kind of a lot of people would have a lot of controversial opinions about it. And it can be a really sensitive topic to talk about, same as sex, same as relationships, same as like racism, same as like a lot of topics. People um, can have a lot of controversial opinions about them, but I think it is important that we discuss them so we can actually get to the bottom of things and why they're happening and how we can solve them. So, no, I've never been to India. I would love to. Uh, I don't think so. I've been talking about things, and I'll tell you this. I've read their policies. Their policies are, um, as long as your stream is not set for kids, you can. No, I've been saying pedophile. I've been saying dick. I've been saying bitch. I've been saying all kinds of words that I want to, and it's not how it happens. What happens is first you have to mark your live as not for kids. You have to mark it as not for kids. Then some of them you have to mark plus 18. You also have to block any kids in the chat if they come and they interact and they say their age. You have to block them. These are the policies that I'm telling you I've read about. You also can't say it over and over and over and over and over, right? If you say it over and over and over and over, you might flag something. But that also doesn't stop you from being monetized. You get a strike. They give you like a what is it called, the red card in football or something. Yeah, exactly, right? We've been discussing things that were plus 18, even last week or the week before, like on Thursday specifically, but I don't want to say it's plus 18 because children at this point in our life have access to the internet and they've seen porn by the time they're like 13. And I've interacted with kids physically who know these things a lot more than I anticipate, right? I think that this thing is like technically by the law they are not supposed to know these things, right? Technically by the law you're supposed to mark it as above 18, but in reality children have access to their parents' phone, to their laptop, to their emails and stuff like that. And even you can lie and make an email with a different age. It doesn't actually ask you for an ID or anything. So children have had access to these materials for a long time now. Now they need protection, but I think the protection needs to come from the family itself rather than from the actual people that are on the internet. They will find porn. They do. They find porn constantly. Believe me, I'll tell you something. So you know how my partner plays video games on live. He used to play video games with kids sometimes, right? They join the game. They don't say their age, right? Obviously, sometimes they're younger, and you hear some. So my partner deleted the voice chat, but there are people who stream the voice chat. There are people who record the voice chat in the game, and those children say all kinds of nasty shit that you would not anticipate, that you wouldn't think a child even knows what that means. Like, I mean, you've seen it. You've also seen it on here too, right? There's a lot of kids that come and say "gooners," blah blah blah, "goonie," or somebody. What the first time I actually heard that word, somebody said, "My blanket is gooning so hard right now," and I was like, "The fuck," right? I actually didn't know the word. I was shocked by it, and I had no clue that's what it actually meant. And it took me a little bit to like, oh fuck, that's what you're talking about, you know? I've heard of it. Yeah, yeah, I know, right? It's freaking creepy. Now, under 12, I think it's a little bit more sketchy. I'm more worried for kids who are under 12, but by the age of 13, for me, I already knew what sex was. I already had, certain experiences, not really sex, but like I've had certain experiences with it. By the age of 15, I was totally aware of all of that, what that was. Like, I think the first porn I ever watched, might have been, I think I was 15, and I lived in a religious community and a religious family, it was very forbidden, but I still somehow got access to it. It can be a little bit scary, but I'll tell you something, it's in a way better than children not knowing what it is. Like, for example, it was better for me to know how that happens between between a man and a woman. It was more beneficial for me because my mom was very shy and she wouldn't say anything about it, and my dad was very vulgar in the way that he explained it to us. Like, he was a man, right? He didn't know how to put it, so he kind of was more vulgar about explaining the sexual relationship between a man and a woman, and both kind of left a little bit of a scar on me, and I never fully understood. And I'll tell you this too, until I was like in my 20s, there it goes. I didn't know that that's how it goes, and that is the one of the highest ways to actually get pregnant. I thought that you can get pregnant by I was that like ignorant, and I saw it happen in porn a little bit, but I didn't fully actually understand what happens that way. I wasn't properly taught, and so I think it's better for children to be properly taught, not to be to be exposed to those things on the internet can be a little bit more harmful. Oh, sorry. It glitched. You lost me for a little while. It wasn't very interesting. But anyways, what I'm trying to say is like it's important to teach children at a very young age what it that is like, because they start experiencing. Yeah, sorry. Sorry you guys. My bad. Children choose to experience those feelings at a young age, and if you don't explain it to them, they become a lot more easy to become a victim of sexual abuse. If you don't actually express to them, oh, okay, this is what this is, you don't touch it, you don't let someone else touch it. If you want to touch it, you can touch it, but like, you don't let someone else does it for you. You shouldn't really like allow an older person to touch you that way, or all these kind of details are very crucial to be taught to the person before they even like actually go to school and interact with the internet and with the world. That's the parents' job first and foremost before anybody else. The monetization bubble. Oh no. Oh, hilarious. That's okay. It's there's just mostly you and you, me and you guys, like a few of us. I don't really care. The live. We're just chatting. But yeah, I actually before I'll tell you this. I did notice bots coming in the chat and saying, "Oh, I am this age. What should I do?" And sometimes asking like for sexual advice or like for a personal advice. And I noticed the algorithm does that to see if you would interact with children or not, or if other users on the internet will interact with those users, right? Excuse me. Yeah, you gave me a laugh. Yeah. The popo, that word is hilarious. Anyways, so yeah, I don't even know what I was talking about. Where's my coffee? I lost my coffee. Wait, let me grab my coffee. Who's saying what? Oh, let me see. Oh, cool. With the avocado? Yeah, you should. You should. Only if it tastes good. Only if it tastes good. Share your experience with us. But yeah. So I believe that in this age of the internet, it's really crucial to teach kids those kind of things at a young age, and it's really crucial to even teach guys, like older guys, like I notice this a lot here on YouTube, where a lot of guys have a lot of misconceptions. So do women, right? But I'm talking to guys mostly. A lot of guys have a lot of misconceptions about like women, or what do women like, or what are they not like, or how they should treat them and whatnot. And I bet you a lot of them don't even have enough education on like their cycle, like their period cycle, or even how to not just please a woman in like a physical way, but also in a mental and a psychological and emotional way. I see those misconceptions in the world a lot, and I think this was one of the main reasons why I even wanted to be on here, to like speak about these kind of things. But the popo are gonna get us. Oh, nice. Oh, the bruises are the bruises are a bit better. There's one of them is peeling off a little bit. Yeah, one of them, something entered it, like poked through it. That was a little bit more painful than the other one, but yeah, they're doing good. This one is doing all right. This one is just pretty gone at this point. Yeah, I think the one that hurt me the most was like on my tailbone. That was really fucking painful. It was really Oh, cool. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Padam. Thank you, friend. I know we got monetized. I forgot to share about that, but yeah, avocados are superfood. I think so too. I totally think so. I've never heard that they are good for bruises, but yeah, or healing injuries. I know that there's a lot of protein in them. That's what I know about it. That's freaking awesome. But yeah, I've actually never heard that exact specific thing. So maybe I'll get a little more avocados. Actually, you know what? My sister said rub a potato on it, which is very interesting. Culturally, I've known this. In our culture, we do use potatoes for swelling, for like certain, like if you hit your head or bumped your head. But yeah, super cool, you guys. Thank you so much for that lovely comment. We got montage, I know. Yeah. Cool. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. I don't remember you saying that on a chat. That's good. I'm glad that you're healing, but yeah. You freaked out? No, the dog was being good. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, cats can be like that sometimes. Yeah. What, Peter Ward? Is that the person here? What did he say that changed your life? That's awesome. Are you hearing that, Peter? It was on a bloody mess. Oh yeah, man. To be honest, I hate antibiotics. I don't think I would want to take antibiotics for any reason. I respect your body freedom. You can do whatever you want, but ugh, so many times, especially during trying to shower one of those cats. Oh my god, they caught me in the face sometimes, and I really hate those. The ones that when they catch me in the face are my least favorite kind of form of scratches. I'm okay with like the body or like sometimes they're here or something like they grab me in the shoulder when I'm showering them. But the ones in the face, oh my god, that's the worst. You know what? I actually found a tick on my body the other day. It was a tiny little tick on my leg, and I noticed it quickly because I'm mostly naked during the day, but I went in the washroom one of those days and I realized that there was a tick on my leg, and I'm like, oh my god, that's so terrifying, and I like freaked out for a second. You know, did consider antibiotics for a second. I was like, whatever, I'll die. But best case scenario, I'll die. Oh, nice, nice. Bless you, Peter. Yeah, that person said his your words changed his life, but I don't know what he was talking about. Yeah. All right, you guys. It's been a lovely chat. I have to go eat too. I really have to go eat. I want to make food. I haven't had breakfast yet. Yeah, I haven't had breakfast yet. I got up and I went to work and I went to do shopping, and then I came back to work, and then I got home and I wanted to stream quickly because if I ate, I would have passed out at that point. And I'm like, okay, it's been 5 hours now. I really have to go. Last time he bit me, I was grateful for antibiotics. Okay. Oh, through the finger. Ooh. Yeah, I know that feeling. That happens a lot more for me with burns, the throbbing feeling. Yeah. Could take you with me? Oh no. You took me with you. Oh, nice. It's a lot easier for you to take me with you. Go break that fast. I broke it with coffee, but yeah, it's not the best. I almost always break my fast with coffee, but I don't think it's the best way of doing it. But yeah. Yeah, yeah. I would take you with me some days. Some days I actually did cook on the live and it was kind of fun, but I have to say, like, some days I'm just like, no, I'm done. And to be honest, it was a long day. I have to go to work tomorrow too. So I mean, I have to go to work every day, but like I want to prep to actually sleep in a better manner. Maybe I can get to work earlier and just like have to. Anyways, yeah, I'm talking out loud. I'm thinking out loud. Thank you for hanging out with me. This has been a lovely chat. I hope you guys enjoyed your time as much as I did. I hope you have a better night. You know, even in the day. Yeah. Okay. Get some work. Yeah. Get some work done. Thank you, friend. Thank you for being on here. Thank you, John. I do appreciate you too. Whoever else is still in the chat. Love you guys. Send you good energy. Send you good healings. I hope you're able to cultivate good relationships in your life and love and compassion and, you know, sweetness and maybe sex as long as it's consensual. Hopefully you are loved the way you want to be loved. Hopefully people reciprocate your love the way you want them to. And flies don't fly into you. Fucking what the fuck? I slapped it like 3 times and I didn't get it. Anyways, in the middle of the good wishes, I had to give you a little slap. Yeah, love you guys. Can you do a cute gesture before you leave? What kind of cute gesture? Do you want me to? I'll do a little bow for you. That would be cute. Yeah, I do have to. I know. Fuck, man. I hate mosquitoes. I think. I think I would love to. I would love to make them extinct out of this planet, but it's not my choice. I wish it was my choice. It's not my choice. Mosquitoes and fleas. I would. Yeah. 6'7". Fucking 6'7". I really don't fully understand it. I'm like, I don't even get it. What does that even mean? The 6'7". It's really it's a bizarre thing for me. I don't yeah, bye you guys. Bye. Oh yeah, I know the salt gun, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I love those. Oh, it means nothing. That's the point. Hilarious. Look, you
Yeah, that my microphone died. This was great timing for it to die, actually. At the end of the chat, that was perfect. Even the microphone is telling me to fuck off. Yeah. Is it still gone? Okay, yeah. I had to remove the microphone out of it. Okay, cool, you guys. If you we'll chat later. I guess we'll catch up on Discord. Okay. Okay, you guys. Yeah. I'll get to you at some point. Maybe after I make the food. Maybe after I get my beer and get a little drunk and drowsy. I'll get back to you. Okay. I hope you have an awesome day, an awesome end of your night. Go eat some food. Okay. Fuck on. Hilarious. I don't know what that meant, but yeah, that's okay. Yeah, we'll talk soon, okay? I'll catch you up later. Bye.